FIACS. Dr. Gandhi has served GTU for 8 years as Dean of Pharmacy Zone 3 from 2011 to 2018. GTU Zonal Coordinator Zone 3 from 2008 to 2011, as well as member of various committees, to name a few: syllabus committee, school research committee, PhD process committee, etc. She had also served as a Senate and syndicate member of Sardar Patel University also. She is a member of PharmD Committee, Pharmacy Council of India, New Delhi. She is an academician with over 28 years of vast, extensive experience in the areas of pharmaceutical research. She has worked on more than 35 industry as well as government sponsored research projects and undertaken 15 consultancy projects. Her present areas of research include various drug and formulations evaluation and toxicological studies. Dr. Gandhi has till date mentored 119 postgraduate students and 9 doctoral fellows. She has published 143 research papers in international and national journals covering various research aspects relating to pharmaceutical sciences. Her H index is 24 and I-10 index is 48. 8 patents are published on her name. She is also scientific advisor with Indian Patent Office. Dr. Gandhi has received 33 research awards and recognition till date. To name a few, she has received MPharm Research Guide Award for Best Guide in Pharmacology at India level from R.V. Patel Foundation in 2018 and 2011. Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award 2014 and 2013 given by Society of Research and Initiatives for Sustainable Technology and Institutions, SRI, STI, for Best Research Having Cost-Effective Solution, Best Innovation Research Award by IPA, Gufic Prize for the Best Research Paper Presentation in Oral Scientific Session at Annual Conference of IPS, Indian Pharmacological Society in 2008 and 2006. Subhash C. Verma Memorial Prize at Annual Meeting of IP's Gujarat Chapter for 3 successful years, 2008, 2009 and 2010. She delivered various lectures in India as well as abroad in USA, Canada, Denmark, Germany and Sri Lanka. She is reviewer of various national and international reputed journals. She has organized various state, national and international level conference, seminar, workshop and FDBs. Dr. Gandhi is facilitated by Pedagogical Innovation Award for continuing efforts towards innovation pedagogies at various levels of GTU Innovation Council by GTU in 2013. She has been nominated as Best Pharmacy Teachers of India in 2013 by IPC Trust. She is also recipient of Distinguished Leadership Award by International Academy of Cardiovascular Sciences, Winnipeg in 2016. Recently on Teachers Day, she received Tech Guru Award from GTU. In recent also, Madam received Best Teacher Vishwakarma Best Teacher Award from AICTE also. She has been serving as a CPCSC nominee for various industry and research institutions over last 13 years. She is NAC trainer assessor. She is life member of various associations and currently serving as president of IPA Anand local branch, advisor of Society for Ethnopharmacology, Anand local chapter, and vice president of International Academy of Cardiovascular Sciences India section. We are really thankful to you, madam, for accepting our invitation as an expert. And madam is a really a woman administrator I have seen ever. So I really thankful to you for accepting our invitation on SIPS family. Please, madam, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, and first of all, thank you, Dr. Ankit. I am really happy that you have given me opportunity to interact with this learned participant. First of all, thank you to you as well as whole this Saraswati Institute Pharmaceutical Science family members for giving me this opportunity. It's my pleasure to deliver lecture in front of this learned principals, professors. Uh, they have registered as a participants uh, in this 3 days short-term training program. So, first of all, very good morning to one and all. And I would like to miss there maybe because Zoom I am using little bit less. So first of all, let me finish this sharing screen, this thing. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. So let's start with this. Very good morning again to one and all. And let's have a 1 hour journey of this outcome based education. When we are talking about this outcome based education, I think yesterday so many learned speaker have talked about NBA process, various criteria, as well as faculty and what faculty has to do. Okay, in general, we all know that what faculty has to do, or we can say that this type of stimulation or that lead to this, we can say spark again, and we are working. Okay, but in outcome based education, if in for NBA, or we can say for really good progress, outcome based education is important. So it means, what do you think that? It means our traditional education. This concept is since last 20 years, 2 decades. It's not this old or this new concept, but it's, we can say, this 2 decades people are talking about outcome based education. So what is the difference? It means my professors, they were not teaching. Yes, they were teaching also, but you know the difference is completely. Well, we were in a traditional education. If we will see that this traditional education, then these people were this uh, talking about this what I am teaching. While in outcome-based education, it is completely different what my students are learning. So outcome-based education is student-centric. This earlier our traditional education is teacher-centric. So this is the basic thing that we have to change. Till the period, this whole institute, all these people, from we can say principal to each and every member of this institute, they will not change this mindset. It's not possible to go for it. Of course, we may get NBA, NEC accreditation, but actual implementation of OBE is not possible. So this is the first difference between this, that is the teaching oriented. Here we are focusing what students are learning. The second difference is that here this assessment, we are always talking about my course planner. I have completed my syllabus. I have completed my examination. I have completed my evaluation. So everywhere it is my teaching, my assessment, my this completion of evaluation. Here this assessment is a key. That key means the what student, which type of method we are using, and that assessment is a key. Now when we are talking about this, here the in traditional education, we means teacher will start, we are preparing, we are planning. What we are planning? Timetable. Okay. Then we have shifted and we are planning now academic calendar. We are planning our this course planner, but it is much more beyond this thing. This is the, we can say that what my student will learn after each and every session. That is the, we can say, outcome based education. Same way this relevant content we were teaching, we were examining. Here you know this desired outcome is selected first, then we are talking about the curriculum designing. Then we are talking about the assessment method, and everything that is nothing but how, all this process, our main goal is outcome of education. The major problem with this, why we have to shift, and the shifting is because of that thing. Our graduates were only, they were, we can say this, having a, this, they are graduates, but the skill requirement is lacking. So that here in outcome based education, we are talking about this, the placement. We are talking about this. We are not the job seeker. We wanted to develop them as a job giver. So this, we are focusing to this type of capabilities. We are focusing to the soft skill also. So overall, till the period, all teachers will not agree or they will not involve in the this type of system, and they will only focus to their teaching and their evaluation. It is not possible for any institute to go for this type of attainment, for this actually really attainment and improvement in the institution. So teachers should work as a not as a guardian of curriculum. We should be a facilitator and guide. These words we are using so many times. I'm as a guru, or we can say teacher, and on Teachers Day we are sharing so many good thoughts also. But actually we are implementing or not at the institute level. That is, and it's not a 1 or 2% mindset. It is the whole institute should go for this type of thing. So this is, we can say, this benefit of OBE when we are talking. It's a more directed and coherent curriculum. Graduates will be more relevant to industry and other stakeholders wherever they are going for this in their profession. And third is that is continuous quality improvement. CQI is in place. If OB is in a very nicely placed in our institute, then CQI is definitely there. Continuous quality improvement is there. I'll give various examples also. So let's talk about this. What is outcome-based education? It's nothing but what students can do and what qualities that we are developing after they are doing this, either our subject or our program. So this is, we can say, that the outcome based education. Here we are focusing to the higher order learning, and just not they are gathering the credits. They got this much credit, and that's not this. So we are making them sellable. Okay, and we are making them job giver. So both here, the major thing for this, if we wanted to start our journey for this OB, or there may be so many professors and principals, they must be aware of this matter. Okay, but it's very much important. We have to continuously this instill this feeling, because it's not the only mind, because it's not a transfer of, this material transfer from my laptop to student laptop, or we can say from my this institute this infrastructure, or we can say intranet to students mobile. That should not be there. Okay, we are developing and we are always thinking about this process. So here we are always continuously think about structure and curriculum that should be designed in that way, that delivery should be in that way, that we can really develop capabilities or qualities. So we have to discourage this type of traditional education, and we can say this, we have to require this students demonstrate what they have learned, or whatever this required skills that they can use in their real life. And that's the outcome based education. So we can say this this era, this education system, lot of changes. This national education policy is also now in place, and people are trying to implement that as early as possible. So being a professors and that, whatever policies and everything will come, changes are there. Okay, but the objective is that what? It's nothing but education system transition is transmission of expert knowledge that we are doing. Transmission of expert knowledge. We have transferred our this education system. The transition is required, and where we have to reach, we have to reach to the building learner competency that include learning to learn and lifelong learning. So we have to develop the capacity in the students that they should include learning to learn and lifelong learning. If this type of capabilities will be developed with the technical knowledge, then we are successful. Okay. So this is, we can say, about this outcome-based education. Now, when we have to go for outcome-based education, we should know what is exactly we have to do. In OBE, we have to simply, as a teacher or as a head or as a professor, we have to only simply answer these questions. One is that is first, you can see OBE, that is outcome-based education. What I have to do? I have to question continuously. My all teacher has to question this thing. They have to question themselves what the student should be able to do. I'm completing my lecture, I'm completing my course, I'm completing my evaluation. What my student is able to do. And because if my curriculum is designed, then it's in such a way that and This, what my student is able to do, is nothing but the attributes we are developing. So many times people are confused and they are trying to mug up. It's simple. Whatever I am trying to develop, my student is able to do. That is nothing but the attributes. Okay. Now, how to make the student achieve the outcome? Now it is coming to me that the way that I have to teach. So it will become learning. It's not a transferring. So for that, this outcome-based learning and teaching methods that should develop. Curriculum should be developed in such a way. And the final and important thing is how to measure what the student has achieved. So OBE, that is the assessment system, should be also outcome based. So all this thing, ultimately, if we are doing this, all these questions we are answering, the final question is, how do we can say, complete the loop for further improvement? We are doing OBE, we are getting so many graphs, we are getting so many formula, means now all digits are there. What is the use? Not only for the NBA accreditation. So think beyond this level, that it is nothing but this should be used for continuous quality improvement. And that's called the completion of loop. Majority time in second cycle, when people are coming for this evaluation, they are only talking about that. What type of improvement? Have you closed the loop? Yes or no? Okay, so let's focus to this, because there may be so many people, they may be going for the second cycle. So I'll try to touch upon that area. So let's ask certain questions to ourselves only. Very quickly, are we providing information to the students? Reality, yes, we are providing information. But our agenda is in outcome-based education is to provide knowledge. What we are assessing in exam? Memory and reproducibility. 25 steps, we can say, process of synthesis or botanical source or classification. So I'm not against that matter. But all these things that we have to teach in such a way that they can develop critical thinking and creativity. So are we developing skill, analytical, critical thinking, communication, creative? Yes, we have developed since last 20 years or 1 decade. All institutes are doing this case study and student presentation in that. And we are very happy that we are doing very great. But no, we should go for debate, games, puzzle, live projects, application, blog. I can say for development of skill, like my BPharm students, I'm very happy to share with all of you that simple third year BPharm students, they have published patent day before. They have submitted patent 2 days back. And I'm very happy that they are successful in only with the guidance of 3 years experienced teacher. And they can do this type of thing. So you can understand that we can develop so many things, not only through this delivering this course outcome, that is important, but we have to do this only case study and presentation. That is not sufficient. We have to think beyond that. Are we developing team spirit? Whenever team spirit, I know that 10, 15 years back when we were talking about NAC and NBA, and NAC particularly, we were saying that yes, we are developing through sportsman spirit and team leadership. No, we have to give this type of task, minor research project. They are able to complete, they are able to plan, they are able to do this thing. They are successful in going for a presentation. Are we developing entrepreneurship? So it's always spoon feeding. Here so many times we have seen that in MPharm also, teachers are preparing that. They are coming with our students are coming with some thesis. We are changing this drug only. Students are not aware why these changes is there. This should not happen. And they are getting A grade. We are happy. They are happy. Okay. I'm not criticizing. We all are doing means somewhere like this. The percentage may vary. Okay. So it's very much important. Anytime we have thought, even the small thing that I'll give so many examples that during my journey of 20 years at one institute, what I am doing. My teachers, whenever they are organizing some conference and seminar, they are keeping 4 to 10 volunteers, and that 10 volunteers that they are very happy, they are delivering. Anytime anybody had thought that those who are not able to come in front, have you thought about that? Have you tried to bring them in a center. But we are so much, because it's a teacher centric, we are very much comfortable, show should go on and we should get very less effort, we have to do very less efforts, they should be good, so their 10 students will do, and every time that 10 students they are done good, so in second conference we are keeping that 10 students only. Same way with teachers also, we are for comparing and that. So these are small things, but try to think in that way. Why we cannot give this 90 students this opportunity? When they will develop this thing, and then suddenly we are saying that development of leadership or development of planning, it's not possible. So this is very much important. So outcome based education, when we are talking, it's starting with a clear picture of what is important for student to be able to do, and then organize the curriculum, delivery and assessment to make sure learning happens. So this is in short one line, this outcome based education. If this slide is clear in everyone's mind, it's very simple. Now let's go into the journey of outcome based education. What are the key elements? So it's a vision and mission. You can see at the top, then program education objectives, then program outcomes, or we can say program specific outcomes also, course outcomes. So this is the, we can say, so many teachers, they are involved, they may be aware of this matter, but maybe some participants may be not aware of this thing. So that's why I have given this. These are key elements. Because if you try to mug up this thing, PEOs and PO, you will always do mistake. But if you just try to remember this, only this pyramid, or we can say this figure, it's very easy to remember. Now let's talk about this, what exactly. So we will first focus this raid round I have done, vision, mission and program education objectives. As already principal had already mentioned that I have to majorly focus on PO and CO, but just to understand, because I have seen that majority, most probably people are not focusing in this 3 days to this vision, mission and PO development also. So that's why I'll just quickly go through this vision, mission and PO also, because that also you should know, then and then we can talk more about PO and CO. So again, this PO is, as I already said, what capabilities my student should have. And that is nothing but the program outcomes, or that is also known as a graduate attributes. So everybody knows that what my student should know. So vision. Vision is nothing but majority students that the institute, they have their own vision. But I know that 20 years back, we have developed our vision. We sat and we have developed. And some institute means they must have started their venture. The most important thing, so many times we are missing while developing vision, is that our trust vision, our body, funding body vision and our vision should be in alignment. We are sometimes forgetting this. Their vision is what, their mission is what, and on that basis also we have to do. Then mission statement is nothing but means to achieve the vision. So as for example, I have very briefly written vision is create high quality pharmacy professional, and mission is offer a well-balanced program of instruction, practical experience and opportunity for overall personality development. So this is, we can say, vision and mission. Now program education objectives. It should be formulated by the institute. It should be answered to the question, why this program exists. Now, understand the difference between PEO, Program Education Objectives, and PO. PO means what my student is able to and what qualities develop. That questions is means program outcomes, or we can say graduate attributes or program specific outcome. All are this, we can say this used for the purpose. But the education objective, here we can question ourselves. Mainly here we can say management and institute leaders, they are sitting and they are preparing POs. But of course, they are taking into consideration so many things, then and then they can really go for this program education objectives. So why I have to develop this program education objectives? If I know that, then and then I can develop program education objectives. So career and professional accomplishment in 4 to 5 years after graduation. My student, after 4 to 5 years of graduation, what he should accomplish, that I have to describe in PEO. So this is PEO is not a once they are or during the journey at the program or just completion of this. It is after 4, 5, or we can say this more years. What my student should accomplish, that should be in the program. So PEO should be consistent with the mission of the institute. The number of PEOs should be manageable. It should not be so many. It should be achievable also. We can dream a lot, but we should be realistic also. PO should be specific to the program and not too broad. General should not be there. Okay. PO should be based on the need of the constituencies also. Now, how we can develop this PO? So normally this consultation with industry, alumni, if alumni of other program is there, students, management, faculty, parents, data on future about that program, data on trends in, like if you are wanted to start the PharmD program or aim from some new branch, this pharmaceutical management, then you should take the data that what's exactly in this in Gujarat, what is the situation, what about the farmer, what about the marketing, this how they are differing with this MBA. So all this thing that we have to take into consideration, then prepare program education objective before launch of this program. The summary of views during consultation, that whatever that we have to this and that accepted views will become the objectives. And now after that, this preparing this objective, then you have to go for this defining this some program courses that achieve objectives, some electives, and some course objectives that we have to design. So this is exactly, we can say, this program education objective. This is one example. So till now, this we can say in this 20 minutes, we have talked about this vision, mission, and program education objective. So very quickly, one pharmacy college, you can see, I think everybody can see this mission. There are M1, M2, and M3. The first mission is nothing but we can say they are talking with the faculty members, support staff, and infrastructure. Second, they are talking about mission, that is nothing but the environment, research environment and networking and interactive learning, that environment. And third, they are talking about ethics, value, and ultimately for the betterment of the healthcare of the society. So these are the three missions that they have prepared. Now they have prepared this 4 education PEO program educational objectives. So that is A, B, C, D. Okay. So now it's very much important my program education objectives are in line with the mission. Whether it is mapping, when NBA people are coming, if you have not mapped this thing, how they will be happy with this, that because you might have not done this, you might have done copy and paste from somewhere this program education objective and then you have cut and paste. So you have to do mapping. Okay, so let's start doing this mapping exercise. I think each and every faculty members will have a pen and paper because we are expecting this from students. I am also expecting, even though my senior professors, so many my teachers are with this. So I hope everyone will have this thing. So let's have one small exercise for a 5 to 10 seconds. We will map this PO with mission. Okay, just if I'll speak, but if you will do, it will be a different, you will remember forever. Okay, so this level 1 is low, level 2 is medium, level 3 is high. Okay, so this, if my mission is, or my PO is matching with the mission at what level? Okay, I have to do this mapping. So let's start with this. I hope everyone has this and they are ready with this exercise. I hope one or two can unmute and they can give this. Otherwise, it may happen that it will become monologue instead of dialogue. So anyone can say that. Are you ready?
Yes, madam. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So now let's do this exercise.
Sandeep bhai, we can unmute Anita madam. Dr. Anita madam has raised the hand.
Okay, yes, sir.
Because I cannot see that raising hand. So it's better that please 1 or 2 person can at least say that yes. And anyone can at least. Okay. So it's like a housey who can speak first. Okay. So we now let's do this. I think everyone has kept this table ready, M1, M2, M3 in a row and column A, B, C, D, that is PEOs. Okay, so let's do this exercise. Now match your this with the level. Keep 1, 2, 3 against that in that this table. Match your program education objectives with M1, M2 and M3. So you'll have a 10 seconds.
Add Anita Mehta, madam.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, Anida ma'am is unmuted right now, but she have to unmute herself. Anita ma'am?
Yeah.
Madam, please.
Anita ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, yes, I'm there. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think
But I don't have pen and pencil. So like,
this
and I
so
am working on mobile. So like, even I'm not, I cannot see the these slides even nicely. Anyways,
so
but I can, right?
I think somebody else who is doing.
Because from mobile, like it become little difficult. So I have joined by mobile only.
Okay,
Yeah.
madam. Okay, no issue. Thank
So
you.
anyone,
Yes.
Dr.
those
Ashish
who,
Patel is there. Dr. Ashish Patel.
Okay, sir.
104.
I just try to unmute them. Yes, sir. Now he can able to speak. Dr. Ashish, sir, are you there?
Make yourself unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
are you
Am I
able
audible?
to, Dr. Ashish, are you able to do this, keeping 1, 2, 3 numbers, and have you done this thing?
Wait.
Yes, you are audible, sir. Dr. Ashish, you are audible.
Anyone, they can raise there or they can write in chat box, so they this organizer can unmute.
Ankit, sir.
Yes, they are writing. The Dr. Sunita has written that M1 in one level. M1 in one level, first level, M1.
Yeah. But they have to correlate this A, B, C, D, all POs with M1, M2, and M3. You have to give either 1, 2, and 3. Low level, this mapping, medium level, or high level.
Dr. Ashish is saying M1 level 1A and M2 level 3D.
Okay.
M3 level 2C.
Okay. So now let's see this evaluation. I think people have tried, and that is the important thing, that now they can think in this direction, because if this PEO, if I have to do this thing, I will do in this way. So this M1, we can say my first PEO, this is matching or at the level of 3. B PEO is at 2, 2, and 1. There's M2, that is 2. This we can say B and C, that is at 3 level, highest level, and M3 is 3. Now it may be vary. Here we cannot. Here these people can sit at the leaders, and they can sit and they can, at institute level, they can do this mapping properly. So this mapping is important. Why important? Why we have to do this mapping? Because anything we are doing, there should be something. So mapping, when we are doing, from this I can find out that my program education objectives, at least they are aligned with this one. This every places you can see my mission is achieved at least by 1 PEO minimum at a higher level. Okay, so I am able to achieve my mission, and if I am able to achieve my mission over the period of time, my journey is in towards right direction, towards my vision, fulfilling vision of the institute. And that's why
How you have defined level?
that is what I'm saying. If you will read, ma'am, this expand the
Yes.
knowledge base by pursuing higher studies in various fields of pharmaceutical science and management. Okay, I'm talking about this expanding knowledge. So definitely this quality education through it is when it M3 A, if I am matching with M3, it is very this, because it is talking about the values and ethics and helping the society. So level means mapping is at the level of 1. So A with the M3 will be 1. So as I have said that this all people have to sit at a higher level, HODs, principal, and they have to sit, they have to discuss a lot, and then, but ultimately what is the objective? That we can find out that our PEOs are in such a way that we are able to achieve at least our mission by our PEOs. It may happen that one PEO with high level, the other PEO may be at a lower level, but at least one PEO will be at a higher level. We are achieving this thing. So strong correlation should be there. Each PEO cannot be matched at the 3 level with the mission, M1, M2, and M3. Okay, I hope everybody understood.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
clear.
madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah. So I think till this period means everybody is able to understand. Now it's actual this we are, Dr. Ankit had said that we have to go for a PO and CO. But if this is clear, now next is very much clear for us. So we'll talk about this next 40 minutes about this PO and CO. So let's talk about this, the another thing. So the first round we have completed vision, mission, PO. Now program outcomes and course outcomes. So let's talk about this first, this program outcome and course outcome. Program outcomes, as I have already mentioned, it is nothing but the able to do by time of graduation. My student, what they are able to do, what they have to know, what they are able to do. That is the only one line thing. So they should basically describe knowledge, skill, and behavior. And it is very nicely. Those who are just planning to apply for this NBA, it is very nicely in SAR, in Annexer 1, predefined NBA, this program outcome is given. But it does not mean they are always saying these are the just as a guideline. You can change. And because of that, like as for example, engineering college having a BE program. But BE program cannot have, or like my MPharm. My MPharm is one program, but I cannot have a same this program outcomes for each and every branch. It may be differ from pharmaceutic, we can say pharmacology to regulatory affairs. So then program specific outcomes can be also added. So then program specific outcome, I can add one or we can say maximum 3. So this is we can say. So don't confuse yourself PO and POS. Program outcome and program specific PSO, program specific outcomes. Program outcomes, my graduates, what they are able to do, what they are able to, means they are knowing, that is my concern. And specific, we can add 1 or 2. So like as for example, in pharmacy, as I mentioned, our institute, we have prepared this type of 11 program outcomes. Okay, so these are our program outcomes, and I'll give so many examples that what we have done. Okay, so this is program outcomes. My student should be, and this is not only one line. This is the whole sentence, but I have kept only just so you can just have an idea what is program outcomes. Okay, so this is the, I wanted that my students should have a pharmacy knowledge, they should be able to analyze problem, they should have planning abilities, they should do the ethical practice and modern tools and softwares they are able to use. They should be very good in communication, leadership skill. These are the things that I wanted to develop during my program. Now, course outcome. So we know that how PO designing, vision, mission, PO designing we have completed. Program outcome designing can be complete. Now, course outcome. The course outcome, this each and every teacher has to involve in them, is be a part of this design. Statement what a learner is expected to know, understand, or be able to do at the end of a period of learning. But the important thing is that whenever we are preparing course outcome, it should be active work. It should express knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, and creative ability of the student. So this is very, very important. If you see CO of so many courses available on the net, the major problem is this, that this is the limitation, the drafting CO. So we'll have a little bit exercise, maybe means it depends on this organizer, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. may I have to extend the drafting of CO so many times. Each and every teacher should be aware of that matter, because principal or professor cannot draft, or you cannot do cut and paste of this thing. So now it's because it's the base, the fundamental base of OB system. So this, let's talk about this, how this we can design. It should be student focused, not professor focused. Learning, we have to focus, not what we are covering. This is very, very important, because we also did this mistake when we started our journey. We were talking about what we have covered. Okay. Then alignment between course, program, and institute level course outcome. My CO should be in alignment with the PO, and the same way further ahead. Then focus on ability central to the discipline. Okay, so what important to the discipline and which course is the part of this thing. Focus on aspect of learning. So new mode of thinking, and that we have to focus. It should be manageable. Program outcome or graduate attributes, I can prepare 11, 10, 13. Okay, but that should be limited, because this lead to a lot of calculation, and this we have to achieve only in one semester. The program outcomes we are achieving throughout this completion of course, 4 years or 2 years or 6 years. This we have to achieve within a 6 months, or we can say 180 days or 200 days. And it should be specific. If it is not specific, we cannot measure. Now people are talking that everything should be, if it is not measurable, it is not done. In management also, people are talking that anything is not measurable, it is considered as not done. Industry, organization, professional bodies, they are talking this language only. So same way in our institute also, if it is not specific, we cannot measure. And if we cannot measure, we cannot say that it is done. So when NBA team will come, they will talk this type of language, and they are expecting this thing. So before we'll go for this, just have a very quick, maybe people are knowing about the Bloom's taxonomy, and if they have not read this Bloom's taxonomy, they have to read this Bloom's taxonomy before they are preparing CO. So they should be aware, and not only Bloom's taxonomy, now after that Anderson has this. Bloom's taxonomy is very, very old taxonomy. After that, on that basis, Anderson had also given some activities, and I think in 2015, Harthal, or they have also given this another some modification in this. But very simply, I wanted to focus that normally, you know, this the various kind of knowledge is that. One is declarative knowledge, means content we are giving. Another is procedural knowledge, how to do things, means in practical we are saying that how they can do this thing. Conditional knowledge, they know when to do this thing. Okay, at this temperature, you have to do this thing. At this, if this is. But the functional knowledge, knowing how to employ the first 3 types of knowledge to solve problem and function as an effective professional. And that is the major important thing. That is the functioning knowledge should be there. Here, we are always means like a knowledge, comprehension, and application. We know that what is the gene editing and that application we are talking about in our syllabus. But actually, or we can say like here, I can give example that means I'm not great in pharmaceutics or that, but just like we are film coating. We are teaching teacher, then it is very important question. So they'll always ask in short note and we will teach very nicely. We will say that they will write advantage, disadvantage, which type of solvent, what is used. But if we will, during film coating teaching, if whatever concept I have learned during first, second year, thermodynamic, heat transfer, evaporation, and if this concept I'm implementing, if I'm increasing, decreasing, what is happening to the film coating, when that student will go into the industry, the film coating problem resolving is very easy for that student, because he knows this thing, because he have not done only the film coating, this short note 5 out of 5, but he knows that if what unit operation or what concept or what principle is applied, they know they are writing. But anytime we are focusing to that, the change in the heat transfer, the examples given, say so many examples if we can say in a daily life also, the dough preparation, granulation. It's nothing but the dough preparation. Every day my mom is preparing this bhakri load, roti load, and every type of or laddu, and from same wheat she is preparing glue also. Anytime as a pharmacist we have thought that why this is happening. Our roti needs this atta to prepare proper. Our bhakri does not require. Our laddu does not require that thing. And same thing, that glue is we are using for this Uttarayan also. So because science is besides that, and whatever we have studied about size reduction, surface area, the temperature, like if you will go for a Makai atta, then you have to use this warm water, because whatever this starch, that should be gelatinized. So they studied in their B Farm, but they are not able to implement. And if they will implement, they will try to learn. If you will correlate in this way, you know, it's very easy. When granulation problem will come, they will talk about that. My mom is, or you can say they are always saying, knead your atta properly. Okay. So that's nothing but this binding is proper. So they have done dratta or mugging of binding and this and solvent, but the external force is also important. So this is the way we can say this analysis, evaluation, and synthesis that are higher level of learning. So this is, we can say, we have to implement. Now this, whenever you are developing course outcome, use this left side, explain, analyze, design, synthesis, that type of word. Don't use this understand, know, remember, my student will acquire, my student will appreciate this knowledge. That is very vague terminology. CO that are weak, low level CO. It's not like that it is not CO, but it is low level CO. So like as for example, I can give our example, like in human anatomy and physiology syllabus. And luckily this now there's PCI and they have done unit wise 5. So this is very good. Earlier 12 to that type of chapters were there. So mapping with CO with this, you can say question paper was very difficult. Now it is easy. Now we had designed long back in 2011, my professors and we sat and we did this cell know about the organization of system, homeostasis, feedback, etc. Cell have knowledge about anatomy and physiology and histology of hemopoietic, lymphatic, nervous, cardiovascular system and sensory organ. Cell students should be able to use correct terminology to communicate. And we were very happy also. Okay. But actually over the period of time, we also like CQI, continuous quality improvement should be under process. So continuous quality improvement, now we reached at this level. After successful completion of the course, students should be able to do what? We have designed 5 COs, and that same syllabus describe the various homeostatic mechanism and their imbalances and cellular and tissue level organization. I have not just written that WBC, RBC, plasma proteins, and that they should know. Instead of that, in third, I have written the student should be able to analyze difference between structure, function, and importance of various blood and lymph components. I have not written simply that heart, cardiovascular system, blood pressure, and this. I have written in CO5, you can say comprehend and evaluate coordinated working pattern of heart and vascular system and its regulation. So this all teaching teacher, with the help of this HOD, they have to prepare, they have to do so much exercise in preparing this CO. So I hope this is everybody understood about this high cognition level that you have to use in the preparation of CO, and that matters a lot. So now let's go for mapping. You know this, we have done this CO preparation. CO we will map with the PO. PO we have to ultimately achieve PEOs, and PO we have mapped with the mission. Okay, so this is the journey. We can say like drug discovery we are doing, same way this is also the one big journey. So now let's start with this important. Now everybody has to be ready with this pen and paper. Means if not able to understand, you can just, I'll not give exercise because of lack of time. Where every time whenever we are giving this type of lectures, we are giving so many exercise also. Here we will talk about this. Now understand blue color, that is this subject code I have written. One subject I have taken. Now we have prepared 5 COs. So that subject has a CO 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In blue color, you can
Madam,
see in the row. Yes.
actually your voice was not audible. Now you're audible, madam.
Yeah. So this subject code that is I have written. Okay. Then I have written CO 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I have to map with the PO. Okay, I have prepared 11. Here I have kept this program specific 12 PO and 2 program specific POs also. This is just for example. This is I'm giving one example. And this example we will continue for 20 minutes for the calculation and attainment of CO and PO. So first understand, if you have any query, you can unmute and you can ask. Because if you're not able to understand, so I hope 1 or 2% can say that you have understood this thing. There is a mapping of CO, slight or low level, moderate and substantial high that we have done with the PEO and this mission. Same way I am doing this thing. My course is there, course CO1 is there. Now my course, as for example, environmental science is there. Then in that some PO will be program outcome will be achieved more as compared to this pharmacy knowledge. If forensic pharmacy is there, then ethical issues will come, then that PO will be 3. So here you can see that each CO in EVS also some see this chapter is specifically for this environmental sustainability. Okay, so same way we have to map. So my whole course I have divided this in CO1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I have tried to match if CO1 will be attained, then it is mapped with this at which level, low level, medium level or high level it is affecting this PO attainment. Okay, so understood? Yes or no?
Yes, madam.
Anyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay, so this is clear. Because if this will be clear, we can understand the next 10 or 15 slides. Now we have to assess. Course outcome upon course completion. After 6 months, we have to evaluate or assess course outcome. During program outcome, we have to this attain at the upon graduation. And POs, as I have mentioned, few years after graduation. Now, which are the methods we have to use? So direct assessment method and indirect assessment method. Direct assessment method, we are all using exam, assignment, project, tutorials, lab, presentation, and so many open book questions or open book exam or MCQs. This is up to. This liberty can be given to course also that they can decide this method. Then indirect assessment method, like in micro, like my one, I know that a few years back, one teacher came and she was saying that I wanted to go for a continuous assessment. I am not interested in 1 and 2. So that also we can implement. And if we have implemented that, it should be well communicated in advance to the student. It should not be surprise and it should be communicated to the university also. Indirect assessment, alumni survey, employer survey, course and survey, and we can say academic peer survey should be also there. So our graduate, so these are the various, and there are many indirect assessment methods are there. So many papers are also available for the same. Now this, let's do attainment. So we have prepared PO, we have prepared CO, okay, we have prepared PEO, we have prepared, we know mission, we know mapping, okay. Now we have prepared CO, now we have to attain. If we have attained or not attained, then and then we can improve. Okay, so let's go for attainment of CO. We are starting from the base. If we have attained CO, we can go for PO. If we have done PO, then we can say that, of course, from different survey PO. And then again, we can say this. So we will focus to COs and PO attainment. That's a crucial thing in the NBA. And each and every, the race portion, you know, this NBA coordinator, or we can say HODs, and they can take care of that matter. This each and every teacher has to do. So this CO attainment, internal assessment and external assessment. Majority time, you know, in NBS, SSR, or and everywhere, people are saying that 80% is external and 20% is internal. People may say that 70 and 30 is our weightage. You can convert simple status, a simple mathematic calculation, and you can convert in 80-20. And it is not mandatory. You can vary also, but it is the guideline given by them, and normally everyone is following that. So 80% weightage in CO attainment is, CO is always attained by direct method. This is not by indirect survey and we can achieve. So be clear, CO attainment is by only direct method, PO attainment by direct and indirect method. But CO, we can use external and internal evaluation. So this 80% external, 20% internal. Okay. Now we have said that. Now whenever we have to reach somewhere, we have to set the goal also. So if score of student is less than 50% in my course, I will give attainment level 1. 50 or less than 60, in between that, then 2. And 60 or greater than 3. This is my course that, okay, this course to course, it may vary. We are keeping different for this, pharmaceutics, certain chapter subjects, and somewhere medicinal chemistry. Because as a teacher, we also know that can be very. Okay. It depends purely on the institute to institute, but you have to justify whatever you are doing. I cannot say that what 50% is 3. Okay, like in my institute, we have kept this for scoring purpose, 70% as a 3. Okay, so this is depending on institute to institute, they can vary or CO to CO. Now this is very, very important. Now the teacher has to do this exercise. This is for continuous evaluation of this. Enrollment course, this enrollment number you can see in pink. My all students I have to, 100 students I have to write in row. Then question 3 of this test 1, that is related with the, I am talking only about CO3. Understand, your one subject, out of that one subject, you have prepared 5 CO. I am doing analysis of only one CO. That is CO3, you can see at the top. So subject 1, CO3. I am evaluating for continuous internal evaluation. That is CIE. 10 marks for test 1, question 3. What my student got. Each student, I have to write 100 students in line in Excel. Then test 2, internal 2, question 1 and question 2. 2 questions are from this CO3. Open book test, then 10 marks for that. Assignment, in that question 3 was there. 8 marks is from that. Total 50 marks. So my student got this percentage. Out of that, how much percentage? Now, we said that CO, don't confuse yourself about the attainment marks. 3, 2, 1 is different, but we decided that CO should be higher than 60. So here, 2 people, means 2 students out of 6 were not able to achieve the target of more than 60. Okay, so sum is, you can say that average grading is 2.5. I have graded that 3, 2, 1. Scoring I have done, and then 2.1. Now, when we are going, so I have done for whole 100, CO3, CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4, and CO5. Okay, now what I have to do? So I have each and every data. Now you can see this in earlier slide. My out of 6 students, 4 students got this 3. Okay, so they achieved target. Okay, so let's go for this. In CO3, in first table, you can see that 4 students. The third row, you can see CO3. 4 students out of 6, they have attained this 3. So it is 66.67%. The one student got 2 levels, so 16.67%. And one student got this one, that is 16.67. So, and grading average 2.5, that is coming here. You can see in earlier side, 2.5 at the down, average grading for that PO. So this is only for CO3. Same way I have calculated CO1, CO2, CO4, and CO5 for each student, my evaluation. Now, percentage-wise, I can say that how many percentage students they have achieved this thing. So now I can write the first column of the second column of the first table. How many students achieved? So this is nothing but the percentage student achieved. My target was 60% above. The one CO is not attained. So now as a teacher, immediately subject in charge and HOD should sit and they should see that our delivery is not proper, particularly for this CO4. We have to do dissection and then we have to try to improve this CO4. So this is important. So this is again in a graphical manner when you are presenting. You can easily say that our target was 60% CO attainment and we attained this in 1, 2, 3 and 5. But you can again say that 3 and 5, it's a really this very near. So we have to be very much careful. So head can immediately or subject in charge can have a very good idea from this graph that what they have to do, where they have to work, what changes are required at delivery level, what changes are required at the assessment level. Okay, so that they have to do. Now, next is I have talked only about this is continuous internal evaluation. Same way like semester end examination. So this is the consolidated, I have to do again for all students. They got this from the enrollment number. The next column is SEE, semester end examination. Out of 80, how many marks they got? Percentage I have converted. Percentage CIE, as you know that we have received from this slide, percentage CIE. Okay, continuous evaluation. Now, the final attainment of CO for that, it is very much important that 80% of external and 20% of that. And total, I got this 70.8. So here you can see that which student has not achieved. And same way you can go for that which CO has not, we are not able to achieve through this attainment. I hope everybody understood about the attainment level calculation. There are various ways. In our institute, we have developed, I think this is the second system that we are using. Earlier, we are using another system. So institute to institute, but your system and that should be robust and that should really give a good, this we can say right CO attainment level. Okay, so this is, we can say that. Now attainment of POs. Attainment of PO is through two ways, direct and indirect. Direct means student performance and indirect means surveys. Okay, so this level, we can say the survey means exit student can give survey, your academic peer can give this thing, employer can give this thing. Besides that, you can add this, like you know that we have talked about leadership, we have talked about this, so many managerial skills in PO. Then you can add curricular, extracurricular, NSS, all this in the indirect assessment. So let's talk again about this. The first table, we have again the same table I am keeping. Subject code, CO1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against that PO, we have already mapped. Okay. Now I have to do the attainment level of PO. CO we have attained. Okay. Only CO4 in one subject. Same way in all subjects, we can have this type of this thing. Now what I have to do? I have to do again whatever CO is attained. Now this is in second table. It is very, very important to understand how we are calculating PO attainment. Just to understand, the CO1 is attained, or we can say CO1 is attained 83.33. Now, how can we get this idea? So 83.33. You can see that in this slide, CO1, 3 means above 60, and that was our target. So how many percentage of this CO is 1 is attained? 83.33. CO2 is attained 83.33. CO3 is attained 66.67. So CO4 is attained, not attained, because our target was 60. Okay, and CO5 is 66.67. So I have to take this CO values, and I have to keep it over here. So I have written the CO attainment in the second table in the second column, and I have written which one CO4 is not attained. Now I have to do the mapping percentage. I have already done the mapping level 1, 2, 3. You can see in the first. Now PO1 and CO1 column in the first is, what is the value is written? PO1, CO1. What is the value is written in the first column, first table? PO1, CO1. It is
1.
1.
1. Okay. Okay. So now in second table, I have to calculate how much percentage I have attained? 83.33. That is 3. I have to divide. I got not 3, but I got only 1. This alignment is only the weightage, contribution, weightage is only 1 level. So I have to add PO1, that is 27.78. 83.33 divided by this, that is giving the 27.78. So same way, this 3 level 83.33. Okay. So, but here you can see that this CO4, it was 50, but I have not considered. I have kept 0, 0, 0 because I have not attained. If I am not attained CO, how can I say that PO attainment? I cannot keep that thing. So I have kept 0, 0, 0 everywhere. So now you got this for your course. You can map with this program outcome. What is the program outcome or achievement? Now, this is not the program outcome. We don't have to go for course wise. The head, academic head has to collect all this thing. They have to keep the courses. Each course, how much percentage they got, and they have to prepare this table. So this is for continuous internal evaluation. This is we are just doing for continuous internal evaluation. And average at the last line, you got this thing, each course. As for example, for 70 course for our, this whole BPharm syllabus, I have to keep each course and then we have to go for this average. So we got this average and that is the PO average, direct attainment. Same way, this direct attainment for this external examination also I have to do for each course, and I will get this direct attainment. And now we can go for this type of presentation. You can see that red is external and blue is internal. So on this basis also, these two graphs, we have to be very, very careful as a head that whether there should not be in internal, you can see this 100 and in external it is 40. Okay. So only from this graph you can find out. You don't have to go and see each and everything. So this is, you can say this outcome-based education is very good for the head, for professors, because they have a few graphs and few numbers and you can have a wonderful thing. So this is, we can say CIA and SIA. Here you can say it is very correlated, means it's not that great difference is there, and it's a very good thing that. So our internal evaluation is robust and it is comparable with external evaluation. But PO is not attained like this. Atluto attainment only, this is only, we can say this is direct. What about indirect? Because PO cannot be only calculated on the basis of exam results. So indirect. Indirect, as I already mentioned, exit survey, alumni survey, graduation survey, employer survey. There's so many surveys, so many activities we can, extracurricular activities that we can add. So I'm giving only one example. Okay, to make it clear, I have not written all POs. Okay, 11 POs or 13 POs, but I have kept 5 POs. So PO description is that. I have seen that people are preparing this exit survey questions. The first question is that you can say that ability to knowledge, this apply knowledge of biochemistry, analytical chemistry, health science, and pharmaceutical fundamental. Okay. Then I have prepared 2 questions for that. They are able to solve problem of pharmaceutical industry and they are able to manage patients. Now we have done this. Here the Likert scale, or we can say rubrics, and that will be helpful. And I think Dr. Raval will talk about rubrics, so I'll not go into detail. But you can see this, one student have rated 3, one student have rated 4, and 4 students have rated 4. So total 6 students had given this thing. Weightage average is 4.5. And attainment level that we can go for this out of 5, what happens. Okay. So this is the way we can go for attainment level. Now, attainment level should be, so this is for a survey by student, survey by employer, survey by all these people we have to do. And finally, for summary result of PO attainment, this journey will complete over here that we can go for CIE. We have decided this 50% of continuous evaluation, 30% of external examination, because we are thinking that the presentation, debate, assignment, that is also very, very important. So we have given weightage higher over here, not 80-20. And a session examination is only that they are writing descriptive. So little bit we have given less weightage also, because in CO we have given 80% weightage. Student exit survey 10%, alumni survey 5%, 5% employer, and we have kept all this and summarized this in a PO attainment. My PO attainment was, the target was 60%, and I have attained in all 5 POs. Of course, I have to calculate for others, and PO attainment is, so target I have achieved in POs. So all POs are achieved. But we have to be very much careful. All you can see here, that is near to 60 to 70. So anytime we can go down. So we have to be very much careful. So finally, just quickly, while wrapping up, this we can say this CO, we have to calculate. And from going down, first we have to program specific outcome should have a target. We have kept the target of 60%, about 60%, that should be attainment target. Then we have to do this course outcome, PSO, this through this course outcome. Then program PO or PSO through student portfolio and indirect survey. And we will find out the gap between this, what happened. And that gap lead to the action plan for closing the PO gap. Enhancement of PO target. Okay, it may happen that you will achieve in every places your target was 60, 75, 80, 80. So next, after 2-3 years, you can raise your standard and you can increase. Or you don't have to decrease, but you can, if it is less, you can dissect your method and or your assessment and delivery methods and system and processes. So this, if PEO, this I have, this we can say this quickly in one slide. PEO, we will not go, but how you can assess. When PEO assessment after 4 to 5 years, the major mistake, I'm only highlighting one very common mistake that we all are doing. That is, if PEO is talking about this producing the graduates with leadership qualities, we are asking questions to the employer. Okay, my student is really having a leadership capabilities? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that is not the right question. We have to frame question at which level or position our graduate in this, they have to write how many years are working in your organization. So if you know that level, then you can find out whether this is right or wrong. So this is very, very important. Just going for this 1, 2, 3, 4, and we should not be happy. Our questionnaire should be also very, very strong. And that's why I've given this one example for PEO assessment tool. When you are preparing this type of questionnaire, be careful for the same. And last is that questions for closing the loop. I'm very sorry that I took 5 minutes more, but closing the loop at course level, program level, institute level. And attainment analysis for continuous improvement, course delivery at the level of assessment, at the level of curriculum. So that's the very, very important thing. And we have to close the loop. So what do the finding tell us? That we should, whatever finding, if everything you will present in an SSR of NBA and NAC and you will be very happy, we got this grade, it's not that enough. As a leader in your institute, this management and this authority, they have to see that and they have to analyze what are the findings for that. And which improvements are critical for greater effectiveness in curriculum, pedagogy, infrastructure, and delivery system. How good is our assessment system? Our assessment system should be we have to continuously assess. And how can it be improved further? Express learning, like you know that we have done this, the same system, like we can say that password system and everything, that submission of CD at the internal level. So that is called this, we are trying to make it our own system robust. Okay. So this is each and every stages, this audit at each and every level. Express learning as a year-wise chart or table for a better appreciation. Not only 1 year. Stand alone, if we will see, we will become happy. An example is that, like this is nothing but we can say this year-wise consolidated presentation, like my institute chart of 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, and 17, 18. We have prepared in this way. We have analyzed that PO 5, 6, 7. We are little bit weak, of course, above 60. So this is in score marks we have kept 70, in PO attainment we have kept 60, and we achieved also, but we thought that there is something missing at PO 5, 6, 7. Somewhere we are not addressing during our curriculum, and that was environmental sustainability and that. And now from 2 years, we are focusing to that area also, and we have assessed and we have prepared system in assessment for that. And I hope that now next coming years, we are able to go for this 70 and we can keep our target 70 for this. So this is the way that we have to analyze. So expected changes, we can say at the institute level, what we have to do. Each and everybody should focus to course content, teaching learning methodology, assessment and evaluation tool, data and evidence collection. This is, I think, people are missing. We all will do this thing, but we are very poor as a documentation. And whenever this type of assessment or accreditation body people are coming, they are not only seeing this thing. Whatever you are speaking, they will say that, okay, bring that calculation. Okay, and at that time, if you are not able to just provide that, then they will give this, that will give a negative impact. So data and evidence collection and proper documentation for this achievement that you have used, that should be properly met. And continuous quality improvement for the closing the loop. You have to close the loop, like not 1 year, not CO, not PO, but the overall your institute, what they are doing since last 5 years, then you can plan for next couple of years your this roadmap. So it's with this, I can say it's like a small, we can say this we achieved, we are accredited since 2014 from NBA. 2 cycles are completed. Now we are going for third cycle. We are, I think, among only 2 to 3 institutes of India. They are going for third cycle of NBA. We are accredited by NAC second cycle A grade. So we are since 2010 NAC accredited. And it is not because of OBE and that, but simply I can say we have implemented what teachers and students, what they want, they are saying in blue that way. Say what you want. All people are sitting together and they are deciding what they want. Okay, and what they, why means they want and where to go. Then the next is that is principal, teacher, and staff. They are doing that what they have said. Okay, they are following whatever is written, and then because of that, whatever is that is prove it. That is through placement, publication, results, awards, patent, all this thing. That is nothing but the proof that you have to show. Okay, and that is so that nothing but the prove it. And the last is, but the most important, your IQAC cell. I have seen that the people are keeping IQAC coordinator, very junior person. No, I think professor or academic head or that type of level, people having a more years of experience, they can see holistically our institute. They are associated with the institute since more than 10 or 1 decade, then they can really give guidance for improvement. So this improve it, that's the story of this, we can say, Anand Pharmacy College. With this, I can say that thank you so much. And I'm very sorry for extending my talk for 5 minutes. I think 8 minutes. Thank you so much. If any questions, I'm very happy to address the same.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much for your brainstorming session. We have some questions. First, we will take it and then we discuss. We have some questions. First question is, what way the teacher can change from traditional teaching in OBE?
So, can I address this one by one?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Uh, I have not covered this thing because I thought yesterday they have talked about this teachers how they can implement this OPE. But simple example I can give this, like practical. Okay, we are giving them these principles and they are doing this thing. Or we can say in practical, anytime. Have you thought about this quizzes, or we can say debate? Like debate, we are doing debate or elocution competition at the one day that National Pharmacy Week is there. We are celebrating. We are doing this. Have you, the subject to subject difference is there? Okay, we are doing this only case study like flipped classroom. My teachers, I think since 6 years they are using few teachers. It depends teachers to teachers. It depends on subject to subject. They are using flipped classroom. So they are giving their PPT, their notebook and every content and material to the students. Students, they are going, means they are just go through that matter. They are coming and all classes discussing like they are discussing case study. But I'm not talking about the case study. They are discussing about like sedimentation also. Same way my teacher, they are going for this. This is the example I'm giving because they are doing and I have seen that. So you can also implement. And of course, I'm also always believing in transparency. If we are having some good practice, if we will share, pharmacy profession will this will do something good for the society. So same way, like my forensic pharmacy, the teacher is always teaching in that way. That teacher, I think she was really good teacher. She is not with us just now, but she was keeping that this always this 2 to 3 groups, and she's making one as a drug inspector, one as a regulator, and then her majority of classes are like that. And I have seen that FP class was so busy with doing so many activities. So have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? Can you, because like as for example, yeah, cognosy, person is going and they will talk about all tulsi, aswagandha, this, that. And when we are saying that, go and in jungle and find out that how many plants are there, they are not able to identify plants also. Then what is the use of doing this thing? So this outcome based education, we can each and every level, and we are so lucky that where practical based outcome program is there, we can do really wonders in outcome based education.
Yes, madam. Next question is, what are the component of quality education? I think you have described it. But
Yeah, so the component of quality education, quality, you know that it should be. I cannot say this, the component of quality education, it should not be never standardized. If institute level, university level, quality standards, whenever ethics standards are coming, you have to set your institute, your course, your own standards and ethics, and you have to try to achieve and follow that thing. So that's the important thing. But I have talked about this, the journey, how you can design, particularly CO, PO, and that. So if you will maintain that, definitely quality set standards are there, because assessment will be done and set standards are there.
yes, and Dr. Neil Shah is asking, while setting question paper, all POs are not satisfied. Very few are covered. Please suggest.
Yes, this is very important, and that is why I have said CO. If you know that in this slide, my slides, it's. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
madam.
So, Dr. Nehal, this is rightly, because I think, I hope that you must be doing this exercise, and that's why you have started this journey. You can see that in PO, I have kept this course outcome is only, CI is only 50%, SW is 30%, but my survey, I have given this more emphasis. I can talk about, I cannot talk about this PO like a leadership into this, we can say this anatomy subject. Leadership and anatomy subject is not correlated. And that's why this attainment level I have linked in this. You can see in this slide that there are so many POs. In table 1, my CO is not attaining. It is only focusing to PO 1, 3, 7 and specific 2. It may be there. You don't have to worry. Overall, holistically, we wanted to develop PO, but it should not happen. Your any activities is not correlated with the 3 level with the PO. At least one activity, few activities or some CO should be correlated.
Yes.
Okay, so then and then you can achieve that. And that's why I have given this example. The journey of my institute, PO 6, 7, 8. We were not able to attain. Why? Because environmental sustainability was not the part of our syllabus, was not part of this exit employer survey. It was
Yes.
not part of that. So very few percentage was there. And if it is not properly touched upon, then how can we achieve? So that's why we have done this, revised our activities, we have revised our assessment system, and now we are able to do. Revised assessment system, it does not mean I am keeping instead of 60% at 50% or I am keeping easy questions. But I have to develop activity, assessment method, new methods, new activities in curriculum, then I can achieve that POs. Otherwise, I have to be very, very careful at the time of designing PO.
Yes, madam. Actually, as of now, I think PO are fixed. So by NBA. So
Yeah.
if some POs are remaining, then we need to do activities related to that POs, and we
Yes.
need to attend them by
Yeah.
other activities. If not
Yeah,
possible by
yeah.
CO, then we need to attend with other activities. We have to do activities which can attend that POs. I
Yeah,
think.
leadership, if I'm talking about, then
Yes.
how many times they have done volunteership, how they have worked in teamwork in a research. Okay, but these are the things they are doing. We have a numbers only.
Hmm.
Anytime we have done assessment, which level of attainment, and that is the exercise that institute has to do to focus to this type of POs. And this is the transition because we are very much comfortable with this type of PO which is related with our course. And we are achieving since so many decades and we were happy. But for employability, this type of POs that are not addressed, that is important. And this is the journey of outcome-based education.
Yes, yes, very perfect, madam. So we can plan some guest lectures also, like
Yeah,
some
but
activities.
guest lecture again, number of guest lectures are not sufficient. What
Yes, yes,
student had learned during this time.
yes, madam.
So our
Thank
feedback should be in such a way. Our questionnaire should be in such a way.
you. One more question is, madam, PSO for UG, PSO for UG
Yeah.
program in our pharmacy field is mandatory?
No, no, we have a very specific, this is particularly for engineering, but if you will read in the some article, then you will be, you should know what is PSO. That's why I have touched upon that PSO.
Yes, madam.
Okay.
CO for theory and practical should be separate?
Yes, we have prepared. So again, this is institute to institute. Like PCI, now they have given all this PO, the CO that is together. Some universities are doing together. If you wanted to do this, because the analysis, continuous internal evaluation and their grades, external grade are also completely different. And then we have to go for this different uh, uh, we did COs separately. It institute to institute that they can decide.
Yes,
But
madam.
you know that it is very easy. If 5 units are there, 5 COs are there, then you can easily match. Same way in practicals, if 15 practicals are there, 5 POs are there, for 3 practicals, you can really go for this type of thing.
Yes.
So because if you wanted to draw paper on the basis of Bloom's taxonomy as well as in correlation mapping with CO, then it is very easy for us because evaluation system in us, pharmacy is very, very different in practical and theory. We are analyzing also so many different things.
So, madam, actually, previously in GTU, we have separate subject code for practical and theory, and now we have only one subject code for practical and theory.
Yeah,
So,
that is why I'm saying. Na? So
yes,
now we have also, means we have, this is what I'm saying that since last 8, 9 years, we have separate this thing.
hmm,
Okay. Now we can, But
Now
we
we
can
can
write,
combine.
Dr. Ankit, we can do in that way. I wanted to go in really depth, my teacher, because again, forget about even this statutories. Any statutory body, they are giving guideline. You can do beyond that. That
Yes,
whatever criteria is set by NBA, whatever criteria is set by our PCI, AICT or university, that are minimum standards. When you are talking about above that, it means you are eligible for accreditation. You can go for 210001T and 2100T P. GTO will never come and say that why you have done this thing.
yes, madam. And next is it necessary to keep modules for continuous evaluation should be less for easy mapping COPO?
No, I think that is very much important. Why, because in test, majority time we are measuring memory test is there. Our examination system, we all have to accept. Okay, memory test is there. So if during that, because our POs, you can see that is very, very different. So when you can ask this type of questions, during presentation, during assignment, you can ask this type of questions that if this type of person is normally, we are asking in, as for example, in pharmacology, that what are the differences in this pharmacokinetic in geriatric patients. But in this assignment, in this continuous evaluation, you can ask that the person is 80 years old, having a kidney problem, and which type of antihypertensive I have to prescribe.
Yes,
So
madam.
this is the nothing but the higher level of this analysis that we are doing. So in my opinion, it is very tough. Of course, we are getting so much apprehension and this from teachers, but so many softwares are available, but softwares are expensive. So now in a days of, we can say our teachers are so acquainted with this Excel. It is not that difficult. Once you will prepare this type of Excel spreadsheet, it is easy also. It's not that tough. But I'm thinking that they have to do this continuous. It is difficult to implement in each and every subject, but this is the ideal situation. That is what I'm thinking. If
Yes.
we really wanted to achieve PEO and mission of this our institute.
Mona madam is asking if 60% target decided at level 3, have to check only for this only, not required to check level 1 and 2. It is not a matter.
No. We have, again, while we have done, again, there is I think this candidate is, a participant is not differentiating two matters. I have said that this my CO attainment, I want that in each and every above 60% CO. So in 3, 2, 1, I have calculated, I have kept everywhere this percentage. Here 3, 2, 1 is there. I have kept this in CO attainment 83, 83, 66, only 50. I have not attained. How can I say I have not attained CO? How can you use this value for the attainment of the PO if I have not attained that thing? So
Yes.
only for that purpose we can say. And again, this you don't have to be confused between this attainment, only this target scoring, my students' marks I wanted to convert. Like in GTU, we have kept this AA and AB as a 3. Then BB and BC, that is as a 2. So this is the way we can keep. Some places like in our, means, as I said, we have changed. Earlier what we were doing, 70% of students should get more than 60% mark. That is the third attainment level 3. So we were doing not individual students. Earlier in a first calculation, first NBA, we have done together for this whole course. What is the attainment level? So as I mentioned that you'll find so many, you have to develop one system sitting together that should be robust, and you have to follow that method. But
Yes.
I have given the example that is widely used, this type of thing. So I hope I have addressed Monaven's question that attainment 60 one or two or three, I have considered that in PO, this, I have matched this thing. I have not only considered where I have not attained. If something is not attained, how can I contribute in the PO attainment that thing? That is what I have done.
One question is, do we need imports platform for COPO computational analysis? Can we do it by MS Excel using formulas?
We did with MS Excel. We are doing since last so many years. But otherwise, yes, softwares are available. So many people, as we are NB accredited, they approached us. We did this type of, this demonstration they have done. But being, this institute, the major problem is that we have to follow their system. And that's why every time, instead of financial, this thing, we don't have a flexibility. And when we are losing flexibility, we are not enjoying our improvement is like one person wanted to do this type of setting that in there they wanted to keep debate presentation in that, and the other person is they don't want to do this type of internal evaluation. So
And
this type of limitations are there. That's why I have not gone for this software. Okay, but there are so many people are using also to reduce this thing. But you can prepare small software with your IT department at your institute level also. Most probably by 2021, that software we will prepare at our institute level also. And maybe we hope that we are able to this give to so many other institutes also.
good, madam, very good. How can we calculate CO attainment with GTU external results?
Yeah,
CO
that's
attainment.
what I said. This is what I have done. CO attainment, I have given this example directly. Yes, here you can see that. For this, I have kept this SEE, that is 56 marks out of 80. Okay, but instead of that, ultimately we are going to level, that is 3. So I have told you that we have done this AAAB. Subject wise, we are getting this thing. So AAB, that is nothing but the 3 level. So my student got in anatomy, roll number 21 have a 3. Roll number 22 have 2. Roll number 24 will have a 1. So this is the way that I am directly keeping this attainment level, and I am converting that attainment level into 80%. And I have a CIE, that is attainment level, I am keeping into 20%.
Okay.
So the different university are different. There are 4 types. One is that is GTU. They are giving only this AA. So we can do in this way, directly attainment level. Somewhere they are giving percentage in each subject, marks in each subject. I have shown this slide that SEE marks out of 80 or 70, whatever it is. Okay. Third is that is those who are having a deemed university, they are so lucky to have this type of thing. They can ask for this question wise also this their result. And they can go for CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4 and CO5 attainment also, calculation. Whatever you are doing at this internal, you can go for this external also. And if you know, Dr. Ankit, that we were presenting to GTU that we need database. If you have a very good software, why you cannot give that type of database?
We are asking.
Okay. So that this is what I was asking 3 years back with the GTU. I was presenting to GTU that because everything is possible in the way when they have a very good software. That's
It is possible with deemed university because they are having.
Yeah. And it is possible everywhere. It is possible because nowadays they are using so smart software. So it's nothing but just the extracting the information. Nothing great. So I think down the line it will happen. Surely it will happen, and we have to change this thing.
Okay. And madam, Dr. Kausik is asking how to calculate the PO attainment through NSS activities and co-curricular activities.
That is what, yeah. I have not, I think in extra slides.
Co-curricular activities means all seminar, conferences, guest
Yeah.
lectures, then NSS activities, all.
Yeah, we have to go for this. Like here you can see that. This, are you able to see my slide? This is the actual calculation of my institute.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So like in sports, we are developing only two. Our questions were there. So our questions, that is what I'm saying, where institute has to work very hard. When you are doing activities, what was our objective? Have you linked that activity? The questions should be in such a way. How many students have participated? Or we can say this NSS, leadership quality. Okay. So out of that, how many had participated in, like you have done 10 activities? How many have participated in that? How many reached at this state level? Okay. How many awards that? Keep attainment level first. Keep your target, then you are achieving or not achieving, that you have to. So every time, whenever we are talking about this OBE system, first planning is important. Then start working. Nothing should be in surprise. Suddenly, teacher will think that if you wanted to take surprise examination, students should be aware of that thing in one semester in anatomy and physiology or pharmacology. Surprise two tests will be there throughout the semester. So teachers, students, head, principal should be very clear, crystal clear on paper. Everything should be there. Attainment level should be also clear. Activities you are doing, first decide that first you have planned NSS activities. I am going to do this many NSS activities. Now these NSS activities in a semester, I have done this many number of activities. Which type of activities? Which PO will be attained through these activities? And what is the level for measurement? Number of participation, number of state level participation, that you have to sit, you have to design and then do the activities.
Yes, madam.
Same way for guest lecture. Okay, so every time you can do this type of thing. You have to design not only through feedback. There are various aspects that you can cover, and that again one lecture that we can take for indirect assessment. I think most probably Dr. Raval will talk about that, because rubric we are using for indirect assessment and Likert scale. So maybe he will talk about the questionnaire for that also. So I have not that's why covered that in detail.
Okay. And madam, for CO, for CO attainment, internal we are putting it like question wise, and CO
Yeah.
attainment we can do it. And in external directly we are calculating from 80 marks. So is it okay?
Yeah, because we don't have
any
that's
choice.
what I answered, no? That deemed universities, they are so lucky, they can design their university paper also in that way. Question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, CO 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they are going, and I have seen that some of this our good university, that deemed university, or we can say that they are going into this path. They are trying to correlate this thing. They have started this journey also. And that is what I was discussing, that not only Bloom's taxonomy implementation, but we have to go up to this, because 80% weightage is there. So if we will really check that, then I can find out, okay, my students are very poor in nervous system, or they are not able to explain very nicely CNS. So I can I can design for the next year more additional lectures for CNS and nervous system. So
Yes.
if we will get this idea, so how teachers should complete the loop? They should check this thing. They should use this data.
So you have answered all the questions very nicely, madam, and you have covered the heart of MBA, because everyone is having the questions regarding how to prepare COPO, how to calculate COPO metrics, and how to attain it, indirect assessment and direct assessment both. So you have explained very nicely each and everything. So I think each and every delegates, those who have participated, have very much clear idea about COPO calculation and COPO mapping as well as attainment. So really, madam, we from SIPS are fortunate to have you with us, as a speaker and as an expert in our STTP. And we really thankful to you for spending your valuable time with us. So thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
I'm very much thankful, and I'm very happy that it is really interactive session, and I think I have tried to justify this topic because of my journey with this, we can say, NAC and NBA since last 1 decade. Thank you
Yes.
so much, and thanks to all my gurus, those who are, and so many professors. Thanks for patient hearing also. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, and extremely sorry, Dr. Tejal Mehta.
No, madam,
I took
you
lot
done
of
my
time.
work. I have to take continuous improvement. Criteria 3 linked with 7, so it will be easy also for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thanks.
We have planned, madam, like that only, that
Yeah.
all the criteria will cover, and
Yeah.
each and every delegates can understand the overall NBA process easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes.
I hope by 2022, all India's majority institutes will be having a NBA. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. We can go for Sandeep bhai.
Thank you, Tejal ma'am. Thank you, Ankit sir. Dear delegates, the attendance link has been posted now in the chat box. You can fill the link now onwards. Kindly give your attendance. The link will be activated for 15 minutes. Now, second plenary session will be taken by Dr. Tejal Mehta ma'am. Now, I would like to request Dr. Kaushik B. Kannada sir, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacognosy, SIPS. Sir has more than 13 years of vast experience in academic as well as industry. Sir is having many achievements on his credit. Sir, kindly introduce our today's expert of plenary session 2. Over to you, Kaushik sir.
Good morning, all the participants and dear colleagues. Namaskar. Thank you, Sandeep sir, for giving a chance to introduce very renowned personality, Tejal Mehta madam. So Dr. Tejal Mehta madam is currently working as a professor and head of Department of Pharmaceutics at Nirma University, Ahmedabad. She is also working as a deputy director of Center for Quality Assurance and Academic Development in Nirma University. Madam has acquired her PhD degree from the Sardar Patel University and bachelor as well as master degree from the Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. Madam has more than 20 years of experience, including 16 years of the research experience with PG and UG level, with including the area of the research, that is viability enhancement of sparingly soluble drugs, fixed dose combinations with multi-particulate system, then development of the micro and nanoparticle drug delivery system for oral, parenteral, and topical drug delivery systems. More than 80 papers in various international as national journals published by the madam. Moreover, madam has written one chapter as well as in a national and 7 chapters in international books related to the subject. Madam has also achieved a Best Paper Award in 2004, which is granted by the Association of the Pharmacy Teachers of India for publishing paper in the Indian Journal of Pharmaceutical Educations. Madam has also received R.V. Patel Best M.Pharm Thesis Award in the Guide category and recipient of the Best Professor Award for Overall Performance by Nirma University in 2016. Madam has written more than so many books, including Practical Manual of the Pharmaceutical Engineering, Practical Manual of Pharmaceutical Dosage Forms, and Pharmaceutical Quality Management and Drug Delivery Systems. 4 patents are already filed by the madam, and one of them is approved by the authority. She is also involved in various projects, consultancy in area of the formulation development, as well as conducting seminar, workshop, hands-on training for manufacturing and evaluation of the nanoformulations. And madam has delivered so many lectures regarding the subjects as well as the NBA accreditation process. So I heartily welcome on behalf of the SIPS family and kindly provide your valuable knowledge as well as experience and share it with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushik. And thank you to the Dr. Ankit Chaudhary and all their team members for inviting me to be for discussing a very important topic related to NBA. I must agree with the previous talk of Dr. Tejal madam that NBA is really a bigger journey where all faculty, each faculty has to be involved. It requires input of all faculty members, and it requires a proper system to be developed, because depend upon the university and depend upon the institute, your certain policy matter, and how you correlate that standard which is given by NBA to those, and will come to a interpretation of your data. This is very, very important, and understanding those things are very important. I try to take a topic that is related to the criteria 4 and criteria 7 actually, that is the reflections of the continuous improvement in a pharmacy institutions. See, improvement is related to what? So improvement related to teaching, improvement related to research, improvement related to policy matter, admin and what not. Yeah. My slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So I'm speaking on the topic reflection of continuous quality improvement in pharmacy institutions. So improvement is the word which says that it is not ending. Every time wherever you do accreditation, you are getting something, and then you have to act. But to get that particular in your institutions, you require certain mechanism by which you will check that quality improvement in one by one. The same quality improvement may be little bit differ for engineering, little bit differ from other institutions. I know since 2 days everything is discussed, but just to take you towards the journey of continuous improvement, I'm taking little part, which is how we are linking. There are two accreditation agency. One is NBA, another is a NEC. So the major difference here is, for a NEC is basically for university or institute accreditation, while NBA is for the program. You are accrediting some program. For an example, if I got NBA, I can't say that my institute is NBA accredited. I say that my program, for which suppose there's a B Farm, I will say that my B Farm program is accredited. Okay. So for if it is M Farm, again I have to go for this procedure. While if you say about the NEC, it say that it is your institute accreditation. That is your Institute of Pharmacy is accredited. Or if it is your university is accredited. Now, National Board of Accreditation is an autonomous government body which is responsible for the accreditation of various technical and professional programs across the country. They monitor and suggest necessary progress changes both in and around the curriculum. So, by doing this, we'll come to know what kind of changes are required for more and more improvement. So basically here we look for, and another thing is in NBA more focus on teaching methodology of little part of research. But when you see the NEC, there is a higher marks are for the research actually. In NB, if go for NEC, there are 7 criteria and highest mark is for the research criteria. Well, here in this case, you can find out criteria 4, student performance, having highest mark 180. Then there is a criteria 5, faculty, which is having 175. And then there is a curriculum teaching and learning, which is 150. So this is a little bit difference. Otherwise, many things are common also. So basically we see about the quality of the process which we followed, so that our aim is to impart good quality educations. Whatever our students are learning, they are learning in a better way. So we try to utilize those tools which can make them aware about that, make aware about certain other which are beyond the syllabus. That is major thing. So we here involve lot of stakeholders in the decision making process. So as it is discussed, we require some robust feedback mechanism. How we say? Sometimes I say whatever is going on, it is good. So I require some process every time for the feedback from my student, from faculty, from parents, from academic people or alumni or many more who always tell me steps for the improvement. So this steps I can always take as a part of continuous improvement. The question is that is for improvement, but then how I evolve a mechanism by which I will check that compared to last year I'm improving in this area or I'm not improving this area. So when you carry out the NBA and when you are accredited also, you have to keep a mechanism by which you can check that particular. So again, why accreditation? So this accreditation is basically provide the quality provision, not it is just a label to the program or institutions, but by doing this many systems are established and many quality provisions are established in the institute. It also give a confidence and assurance. For example, placement. They always seek this is the institute where the student is coming, are accredited for this program with this. So it give a confidence and assurance to the stakeholder also when they are recruiting our students actually. It also help them in the higher studies outside where they will see that of course they are coming from those kind of institutions. So it enable also institution to state publicly that yes, I have taken voluntary inspections and I satisfy all the requirement which is required for quality in educations and I got it. So I can say that yes, I have maintained quality in my education for my students actually. And impact of accreditation is help you in the recognition and recognition indirectly help you for the admissions placement many other things. It also encourage many initiatives in the institutions which help the institution to build up and to sustain and to grow more and more. It also helps in the institutions to provide funds. Initially people feel that funds are only obtained for the government institutions. Now it is not like that. All the government agencies, DST, DBT, and all, they provide lot of funds to those institutions which are accredited because they will see that they follow many, satisfactory procedure and they are doing the work with certain standards. I mentioned employability of the graduate will be improved and it motivate all the faculty member to participate in academic related institutional and departmental activities. By doing this kind of accreditations, always your institution remain vibrant. You carry out various activity one or other way. And because of that, our student all round development occur in a better way, and whatever the student we are producing, they are better, or you can say that they are helpful to the society for many purpose actually. And benefit of the accreditation to the student is they offer the highest qualification educations. It strengthen our confidence. This all I have taken. So accountability to the public, visibility of your institution to the public, and all other things will be streamlined because of this accreditation. And SWOT analysis already done by this, and the SWOT will give an idea to you still what are the challenges and what methodology as institution you have to adopt so that you can overcome those kind of problems and challenges which are for your institutions. For an example, people say that you in ranking, suppose there is a ranking or accreditation, both are very parallel. People say that if when ranking comes, that your institutions have diversity of the students are less, but then all our we follow the state rules, and in following the state rules we whatever the admission which are guideline which are made by ACPC we are following. Okay, so this is our limitations. So this limitation we can't improve unless until some guidelines are changed by the government. Okay, so this all we could identify when we are doing this kind of accreditations. I will not take outcome-based education, it is already covered, but outcome-based education is a pillar for identifying this continuous improvement and taking to you towards attainment of COs and POs, which was earlier discussed. So basically, OBE when you follow, It is related with the more teaching methodology, as I mentioned, and outcome based education. When you do, your course design is having correlated with your teaching methods, assessment techniques, lesson plan, and course conduct is a part, syllabus, teaching and examination scheme you can give as a reference, and based on all those you develop a course outcomes. It is full freedom to you to develop the course outcomes. Our PCI syllabus has not given the course outcomes. You can design your course outcome. Of course, it should, PCI syllabus have given program the course objectives. So it should be in the line of that. And we have to follow the Bloom taxonomy, that is from lower order to higher order. I can't say in the first year the higher order outcome, okay, even though I keep it, I will not achieve. So one should be a very generous when they will generate this course outcome. And of course this course outcome should be very parallel to the program outcome. In NBA have defined the program outcome for BPharm program. So in BPharm that you can take directly. However, they have not given the program specific outcome. See, it is not mandatory to prepare the program specific outcome, but based on my discussion when we have carried out NBA at our institute and 2-3 years in complete journey of NBA, whatever the discussion I made with the people of that, what they said is it is not mandatory. But if you fill it your syllabus, in which you are adding certain things, but still you want to show it as a separate, as an outcome, you can add it. So in our university institute for BPharm program, we have added even 3 to 4 PSO because our because of autonomous universities, we have that separate kind of syllabus, and we have added actually. But however, it is not mandatory. So whatever the COPO you will do, you will reach to the assurance of learning. And assurance of learning, when you interpret properly, you will find out the reason for continuous improvement. And based on that, you will plan for your next semester. When you plan for next semester, be remember, you cannot reduce your target. Your target should be exact same or little higher, but you will not go for decreasing your target, okay? And that is why when first time you prepare a target, consider all those parameters. So in general, assurance of learning, when you do, it is an effective tool for measuring the student learning outcome. I will not take this portion as it is already covered, but it will include 3 areas are covered: knowledge, skills, and applications. And essence of AOL is related to what exactly the graduate will able to know, how we can know what are the development efforts, and most important is a closing a loop. So if you started with your journey of OBE and AOL, so once you come with action plan, you have to also see closing the loop means you've done certain changes. You have to also verify that whatever the strategy you adopted for continuous improvement, whether it is effective or not. So again, you have to check, and if you find out yes, it is effective, you will close your loop. So AOL is not tied to a course evaluation, rather it focus on student and learning environment which are for that particular program. It is discussed, it is direct and indirect way. So what is our strategy? Our strategy is for continuous improvement in student performance and placement, so that we will go for more and more improvement in these areas. So one way for improving in this area is coaching and mentoring. We can guide the student in the right directions. For example, outside examinations, what is your participations and all. So that will be many times, if many institutes are taking part for guiding the students for those kind of examinations, so that student can prepare and they could perform well for that. Some of the institutions are taking a lecture, guest lecture for that, so that student performance will be more. And of course, this all in one or other way will improve the skill of the student. And if the skill of the student is improved, indirectly your placement will be improved. So you can observe a continuous improvement in directly because of that reason. So how to improve the student performance? By coaching and mentoring. So before I take you towards exact that criteria 4 and 7 and linking, I will take in general how you can improve this performance. So the one of the thing is you have to create a proper learning at environment. What do you mean by proper learning environment? That the see many times you are using various methodology, like I use a various ICT tools to use for my students so that student will do in a better way. But are the students comfortable with those tools? Are the facility available? For example, online teaching is going on. I try to utilize best meeting software, but that software, because of certain limitations, cannot be easily installed in the mobile. There is no use of that. So you should know about this all part. So student behavior, of course, the type of the course, this is also important. So the you to use environment which is student feel valued and comfortable. Second is you to provide effective instructions for each subject. You have to give a particular instructions so student understand the importance, concentrate themselves properly, and you give an idea how they can develop their own learning style rather than giving sometimes a compulsion for using certain things in certain way. And third is analyzing and adjusting. So you proactively analyze student performance, check its performance randomly. Suppose one student is very weak, I done the mentoring. Now again I see after 6 months he has given the exam. What was marked before? What was marked now? Whether he is improved. So this is called as a performance. So be familiar with the process of modifying the way to giving instructions or creating or learning environment to effectively address the performance issues. And most important, I say that many times we are telling about students, but before the student improves, teacher must improve themselves. What depend upon the need, requirement, they have to update themselves so that whatever we want to achieve in the accreditation, we can achieve. So teacher now will, like, they have to think that of course knowledge, time, priorities, professional goals, motivation, all are there. So what I want to improve for the students, they have to question that how effective am I right now. I have to do my self evaluations. Okay, I can see my feedback. Okay, I can ask the question, take an answer, and I come to know whether whatever the delivery I'm making, whatever the efforts I'm making, are they are effective for my students. What might I look like to be more effective? So you can see the teaching curriculum frameworks. You can make certain models for your knowledge. What possible ways would I improve personally? So I may go for self evaluations. So for future teacher, this is very important. What might it look like to be more effective? And so the goal for the teacher will be they have to manage a class, develops themselves time to time, improve learning, do the proper organization and time management, because this is equally important. And how to inspire the students so that student participate in all activities. Never anything be by force, but you have to inspire your students so that student become mature and understand that if I do this, this is the advantage to me. So in continuous improvement, I could say that a strategy, that is my strategy is what is my vision and mission. So already in the next lecture, it will be discussed to you about that vision and mission by Dr. Anuradha Madam. So my vision and mission I want to achieve. So what should be my deliverables? What should be my process? If I want this to achieve my vision mission through student, through faculty, through certain processes at my institute. I have to go for my process mapping, identify the gaps of my process. Once I will do, I have to check my performance. If required, some managerial purposes has to be established. I have to go for compelling awareness, and I try to go for shared goals. This is called as commitment. So that must be done. Sorry. So how to improve our development of students, administration methods is called as continuous improvement. I will take you towards now linking this part with criteria 4 and 7. Criteria 4, as I mentioned, have a highest mark in the NBA out of 9 criteria. That is the student performance. These are the already format which are mentioned in the NBA guidelines. Just to take you, this is what they ask is, the all data are for the 3 years, and in the 3 year CAY means current academic year, and CAY M1 means current academic year -1, and M2 means -2. Suppose 2019 you are taking, 18 and 17 will be your the another 2 years for which you have to submit your data. For NBA, you have to submit certain data academic date, that is from July to June, and for certain data you have a calendar year, that is January to December, and financial data, it is always from April to March. So looking to a data, you have to see this. But criteria for where student performance is there, all the part will be related to a academic year only. So you should know about what is intake, how many students are admitted in first year, and then later on, because in second year in pharmacy, we have later entry. So what is your strength increase and how many number of students are there? And they will actually, there are different marks. I try to tell you about some interpretation which people are doing along with suitable examples. So we may go for enrollment ratio. Whatever the first case I told you, you will find out the enrollment ratio. Enrollment ratio is always based on first year. If afterwards some students are decreased and other, it will not be considered. Okay. So if the greater than, based on your intake, if more than 90% students are enrolled in your admission, you are getting full marks. And for 80, 18, 70, 16, all are given. If less than 50% student enrolled, you have 0 marks. Apart from that, if you see the pre-qualifier also, they say that admission should be minimum 50%. Okay. So this is another important part. In 4.2, they will mainly see about number of students who are admitted in first year and then afterwards later in second year, and how many of the students who are graduated without backlogs. Backlog year means in any semester they should not have any ATKT or carry forward subjects. So this you do for the all 3 years, and LYG is the last year graduation. So you will check for first year and then you will check for last year graduation. That is a final year. So the difference of that will itself tell you how many percentage result or how many percent of students successfully completed the program. So if any student came in 17 and if they are passing in 21, it means that they have successfully completed. Okay, this we are obtaining without any backlog. It may be there, some of the students have passed, but they may have backlog, which they have done maybe clear in the another semester. They also cleared in 4 years, but they have backlog. So this data will not come here. There are 50 marks are for that particular. Here we consider without backlogs in any years. Then here we find out the percentage. For percentage, the formula is ADU, number of students who graduated without backlog divided by number of students who are admitted in the first year plus whatever the later entry. Suppose 3 students are added, whatever the student who are admitted are suppose 100 plus 3 are later 103 and pass are 73, then this will be your answer. Okay, from that you can also find out average SI, where mean of success for all 3 years you're done for one batch. Similarly, you have to do for all 3 batch. So if for all past 3 batch, the success rate without backlogs in any year of study is 30 into average SI. That is your, so if 100% is students clear without any backlog, you will get a full marks. Otherwise, there is a classifications. You will get different kind of marks. So how you will check your improvement? So this also help you in identifying, and we can visualize also. Okay, suppose in 1 year the result is 60, but in the second year I am getting result 40. So I should go back. Okay, what was wrong? Whether student have issue with the teaching, courses, some other issues. So this help you in the continuous, how you can reflect a continuous improvement. Same way you can find out the success rate in stipulated periods. So you can here also find out number of students who are admitted in the first year and graduated. So how here this previous data with percentage, this data are with number of students. Okay, so number of students who are completed by this, that success rate we are determining. Okay, then we will find out the academic performance in the final year. So what academic performance we are finding? So here you can find out the academic performance in by using the mean of a final grade point average of all successful students on a 10-point scale, or we can take the mean of the percent of the marks of all. So CGPA or mean percentage of all the student you can calculate, and then you can calculate that will be your X, and then your total success rate is Y, and number of students appear in examination is Z. So API will be your X multiplied by Y by Z. And if you do it for all the 3 years and then make an average, you can find out general average about the academic performance in final year. A bracket indicates the marks which are for final year. Similarly, you do it for third year. Okay, and here we only consider those students who are permitted for final years. They might have ATKT, but they are allowed for final year. Same way for the second year, same way for the first year. Okay, so in each case, here we may consider backlogs, but they should not, they cannot, if they are failed, we cannot take those numbers. So this also indicate about a performance of the student in each year and in last 3 years, because we have to take an average from 1 year. We cannot interpret about the continuous improvement actually. Same way for the placement and higher studies, there is a formula 40 into x plus yn, where x will be the how many students are for higher studies. I share my one experience for higher studies. To get this data is a huge task, because once the student leave, we are not knowing where they are, and this part have a very there's a good marks for this part actually. In higher studies, if you are telling just Facebook or some email that where student have written, I admitted here, will not be considered. They want something later or something which is concrete, which indicate that this is only the this is the case where higher studies they have taken in this particular university or something. So, or admitted card or their a college card and others. So you have to give a lot of time institution for this particular. So even the student will leave, we have to keep a certain track, so that we will get those data. Okay, once they are gone for our study or place, they will inform us. So time to time we have to collect this data with evidence. those data for which you do not have evidence will remove from the number when the inspection will come. So here you are finding out number of students which are placed at a various places. You will take entrepreneurships and higher studies. And so this particular number, whatever you do, divide by total students. There are some 5-10 students who are neither go for placement nor go for higher study or entrepreneurship due to some one or other reasons. So in that case, it may be that your placement is little bit decrease also. I can't say that all 100 students will be at one or other place. So you can find out this assessment point by this particular, and marks are for that particular. So if it is more than 90%, you will get all marks. 4.8 is related to professional activities. This is also huge task. Why I'm telling you task? For those activity chapter and organizing pharmacy events, publication of something in with for your faculty and student in certain magazine newsletters, participation in various events. You have to give a table. The difficulty is you can do it for whatever they have achieved here, and during your whenever they are there, if they inform you about certain participations, we have to immediately take their certificates. Many times we are not taking those document with them, and when we are showing this and we do not have that document, they will not consider, and we are getting not marks for that. So for students who have participated for outside activities, we have difficulty actually to get their data. And that is why it is my advice, if your institution is starting, try to start exercise of collecting this data. It requires also a lot of time, because to track sometimes students by mail, phone is also difficult. They've changed their mail IDs, or they may be at some other place. Sometimes they are not responding. Many other issues are obtained. Also evidence of certain article and all those you have to collect. So whatever you are showing, you have to show evidence. How I link with performance, here also they see year by year how many number of activities, number of participation is increased, what kind of activities. So you, as it is discussed, we go for indirect assessment also. So indirect assessment, suppose there are certain activity related to NSS, and in that I got certain, in assessment point. Now I've adopted certain strategy where like at our Nirma, they've adopted certain villages, and each institute is doing certain activities with that village apart from various NGOs and many other things. So because here, so you will come to know, okay, how you can involve more and more your students for those kind of activity. It is helping to the society also, and it is helping to you also. Okay, so this is also we can improve. There are certain data just I'm showing. Okay, in this way we have to put our sanction intake and enrollment ratio. You can see number of students are nearly same, but in certain institutes, suppose they see here 90, then it becomes suddenly 40 in the year 1890. So this will reflect wrongly. So student performance, here we find out, this is our data, we find out nearly equal way. But it may happen sometimes for individual institutes, you may find out difference in that particular. Same way success rate in program. So here we have a calculated number of students. Here we have added later entry also for different years, first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Okay, in individual, how many students have completed this. So we can calculate 98 out of 103, 69 out of 90. Here you can see the in 14, 15 out of 69, out of 90, 69. But here we can find out improvement, because we have utilized certain method where we identified weaker students, conducted certain classes. Okay, so this is, you will also get a your idea about improvement. Similarly, this is done for successfully graduation of the students. So this is the way by which you can do this. We find out without backlogs. 0.63, 0.58, 0.61, but it is average is 0.60, which is within a deviation of 0.03 is the deviation. So it is within a deviation. But suppose there is a more deviation, so here we have to find out why it is deviated. So I have to look back to my institution's work and take a feedback from the students and take an action accordingly. Same way you can find out the success rate in the stipulated period. So here you can go for number of same way for format I shown, out of which what is your success index. So this is also you can find out past 3 batch, it is nearly same. So this will also same way academic performance in final year, it is 7.87, 7.86, 7.78 in second year. In first year the formula is different. In first year formula you have to multiply by 2, because you know that most difficult result is first year. Most now more number of students failed in that particular. So here we multiply by 2. So when they will combine together, they give a more weightage to the first year results for getting your marks actually. Same way for placement and higher studies, you have to find out this index and it will come to a 0.87 only, and this is also near to average. But if it is, this is nearly like 87 percentage, what I could say is, so if it is a less percentage, you can find out the option for that particular. So this is how a student related performance one can evaluate based on criteria 4. So every year you can carry out this kind of tabulation and will help you in finding out your loopholes. Coming to the criteria 7, which is continuous improvement. I hope that in performance you are clear about, because this is a highest weightage. So student performance measuring is most important. Sufficient document to be kept with you, otherwise if you will not keep the document, it will not be considered. Now 7 I will try to correlate with 3. In the 3 criteria 3, you will go for a mapping of your COPO. Each course you map with your program outcome. First individual CO, then you attain a CO attainment will be done, and then you try to match with the PO, which is called as a program outcome. And then you will find out the attainment level, which was discussed in the first lecture. Now in this attainment level, I find out that 30% of students have not achieved certain attainment level, XYZ attainment level. Students have not achieved. So criteria 7 I have to follow, where I will go for methodology for continuous improvement, and then I will check also whether the improvement occur or not. So in criteria 7, same criteria, and this criteria is also correlated with criteria 4. So 7 is correlated with 3 as well as 4. So in the 3, you have already checked about student performance. Now here I will check improvement in success index of student without the backlog, which already I shown in criteria 4 also. So here just I see the success index, which I take directly from 4.2.1. Clear? I directly taken from 4. I don't have to calculate, and I have to keep it. And here my brainstorming will be how I can improve. If it is good, still next year how I can improve. Suppose there is a 80% result, why I have not achieved 20? So what is my strategy? Okay, so that I have to do here. Same way for placement and higher studies. Maybe you have got a good placements, but have you evaluated your placement number wise, quality wise, pay package wise, core industry wise? Okay, so quality placement, like some are getting just 5,000 rupees, that you call it the placement. So a continuous quality improvement means it doesn't mean that if I 100% placement I have to stop. I have to check that where they are placed. Now next year what I can improve. Today my students are placed in a state only. Can I adopt certain policies so that my students are placed outside state, outside country? Okay, in pay package, industry will take them directly. Okay. Same way in higher studies, I can divide in GPAT what is their performance. If they are admitted in premier institutions, how many are admitted in NIPER, how many are admitted in certain other institutions which are reputed. Okay, so performance means this. Performance does not a year wise improvement. One way is there, but for quality continuous improvement, I require to go further in dividation part, what I can do further. Okay, for more and more continuous improvement in those aspects which are possible. Same way improvement of the API, this already formula I shown you, and this also you can take it directly from criteria 4, but I've taken here just you will come to know it is also linked with criteria 7. Improvement in the quality of students admitted. See, this is additional. In criteria 4, I checked number of students admitted here. So increase, decrease, percentage, I check. Here I will check the student which are admitted year wise, what is their opening score, closing score, whether they are admitted based on national level entrance examinations. For this data also, you require to take a proper data from ACPC and all. So the data are not with us many times, but we require those numbers also. So national level entrance examinations you have to take. Second is state or university level you have to examinations. This will be coming in the like based on GPAT examinations. If we are taking, no, this is state university level means suppose each institute have their own exam. Like in our case, MPharm entrance occur at our institute, and based on that admission occurs. So this is our examination. So in that, what is your score? Suppose you are with GPAT admissions, what is GPAT scores? So that will come in the national level entrance exam. Or if NIPER, it will go to that particular. Same way, name of the other entrance exam, suppose certain other universities, they are admitted based on their own exams. So that you have to show here, depend upon the type of program, UG, PG. If you are applying for UG, generally this data you have to show only for UG. Number of student data, you have to show whole as an institute, but this kind of data you have to only show for program for which you have to apply. And just submit those data so that no confusions arise. Even every CBSE or any other admitted student, because we have certain seats for CBSE student also. So that also we can check. So this will give an overall idea about quality picture of the student who are admitted. I could say that this is my end where my students admission stopped. So I could link immediately with quality students which I have admitted. Now, once you're done, the most important is identify the area of weakness in the program. Now, this is what I shown. Here you can do the improvement in certain administrative procedure and certain teaching and certain other case. But based on POs, where whole when for each course, when you've done your course outcome and when one batch pass out, when you do that whole batch course evaluation with program outcome, you have a whole PO attainment level for 1 year batch. 2015-16 pass out batch, I may have a whole PO attainment. So once you see that PO attainment level, how you can take your actions. So I've taken certain example. You can do this kind of graphs to see your success index. Higher studies, you can put your total number of students in the placed, total number of student place, package. You can here we can show, see, in 16 the 480 was package, 17 351 a maximum, then 536. This for B5. Okay, so I can say that average I could say little improvement occurred. So, but however, placement index was higher in 16. But then we find out that why? Because in the case of this year, there are more number which are of higher studies. So you can correlate those data for your justification also. So in 18, you can find out more number of higher students and more number of entrepreneurs. So less number of students gone for placement at the time. When the strength, 2016, the strength of our institute was 60, then it was increased to 100 actually. So these are all, justification you can see, and you can then find out what improvement you can do. So similar, this kind of improvement you can show in the API of final year students, improvement in the quality of the students, like how number of opening score in 16 was 236, 2 is the starting, 236 is close, year 145, 559. Ideally in this year we find out not good, but then when we find out here the number of students passed was more. So this is all how you can check your improvement in the quality of students admitted in the program. Okay, so of course this shows less, but then we have correlated with the number of students at that time passed. Okay, so how to take an action taken based on COPO attainment? So you have to first summarize your PO and PSO attainment. If your level is greater than equal to target level, target are generally 3, 1, 2, 3, which is discussed. 3 means, for an example, I say 40, 60 is the 2 level, below 40 is 1, above 60 is 3. Suppose that is my target, suppose. So if it is greater than equal to achieved, yes, I have to identify the course or CO which are mapping with respective PO and PSO. If no, I have to identify and investigate the corresponding courses as well CO, and I have to take in corrective actions. Now, once this is achieved, I have to this is my first preliminary mapping. Now I will check the courses and CO attainment greater than equal to 2, and 60% students attain level greater than equal to 2. Maybe all 100% student, 2 is my average. So what I thought, 2 is not achieved by 100, it's okay. But more than 60% student achieved this. If yes, we don't require corrective actions. If no, I require some corrective actions, and I have to go for identifying those particular actions. To explain this more, I've taken I will take 5-7 minutes more just to give these examples. A simple one where a course outcome of laboratory course of pharmaceutical analysis, we could not measure up because at that time some instruments are not calibrated, standardized, not optimally used, as there was no laboratory work involving the use of HPLC and UV visible. So already given in the guideline. So when I do this particular, what is my corrective action or continuous improvement? I have to upgrade my practical work next time by including this experimentation, which help to me for use of this particular instruments. Clear? Same way, pharmaceutics, one theory where student performance I find out very low based on CO, and I discussed with my students, and because of GMP, GLP, and some those kind of topic, students find out not interesting, and they find out this course as a weaker. So what is my action will be? This action can be changed also for you. So we made an action that we can add some specific topics of quality control, quality assurance, and then correlate this topic with GMP and GLP so that they will understand. Apart from that, we can take a guest lecture from industry to understand importance of this topic, so they will be enjoy those topics, and your CO will be and PO will be improved. Another is a biopharmaceutics subject where student will not like calculation and doing certain, because there are a lot of calculation in these subjects. So we give a more emphasis on here the attainment level of CO is very less. Student find out weak because their basics are not clear. And this biopharmaceutics is related to the physical pharmacy. So those who are physical pharmacy weak, they will not do this particular. So you have to strengthen, you have to take an extra class. I made my strategy, take an extra class where this concepts of physicochemical properties should be improved, so that now they can cope up this biopharmaceutics and I can go for improvement in the higher study. Okay. So that is all about how this is example just you can identify, you can take in feedback. See, we made lot of exercise in taking a feedback from the students, particularly for the courses attainment. And many times we observe that sometimes even some methodology by which we are teaching, because of that also sometimes students find out that subject not interesting. So we should go for properly identifying this all. Otherwise, uh, uh, even though you take a newer topics, given a newer, newer things in that, latest development in that, there is no use of that particular. Just to show you a good piece of example for corrective action, I've taken, we have done for all those subjects we have done for one batch. We identified around 12 subjects where we felt to do certain corrective actions for next time, and in next batch we have done that particular, and we find out improvements. That is called as a closing the loop. So course name, course code, and these are the COs. We achieved in internal assessment, university assessment. In our method, I said you is 58 is 2 for us, because 40, 60 is 2, above 60 is 3, less than 40 is 2. So 29 in the university is a 1 for us. 1, 2, 3 is a target actually. Okay, because it's a less than 40. In internal, we find out satisfactory. This is the overall percentage. So for getting this percentage assessment, 58 for one CO, we have taken all 103 students individual marks into consideration, and then we identify this percentage. This 58 is from that particular. Similarly, we done for CO2, 3, 4, 5, 6, separately for internal assessment, separately for university assessment. We also got a mark for individual question wise marks, as it was discussed in first lecture. Being in university, we had an advantage. We got even question wise marks also, which help us in exactly evaluating percentage assessment question wise also for both internal as well as external. And this is my attainment. So out of this, in CO4, which is related, and again when we individually seen question also, in writing of drug synthesis, which is always a student will not like, most of the student have not written, okay, because they don't try to remember 37 drugs at the time in their syllabus was there. So corrective action prepared by the student was, you have to give a more emphasis on teaching drug synthesis. So when you teach other topic, you can take fast, and when this is a weaker, where you can give a more time, so that, or you can give more practice, so that, or give an idea how student can remember. Okay, and our faculty member had planned one continuous evaluation exam. We have a year 3 continuous evaluation examination and one midterm examination. This whole 100 mark is for, so 20 mark one CE kept only for this particular part. And when it was evaluated for next year, we find out percentage improvement. I have not taken those data. It is there in the another file, but because of time limitations, I will not take. So we find out whatever year this 29, we observed 54, just around double, I could say 54. So this we can say that, of course, I'm not telling you always whatever you have done, you will achieve success, but at least little success, maybe that year not, maybe next to next year. Okay, we have to go for continuously applying our mind, how we can improve, so that we can go for improving performance of the student, improving quality education, improving our other aspects. Apart from that, we also give an emphasis on beyond the syllabus certain things, which actually I give a lot of confidence to a student. We've seen many students, once they will be achieve a lot of confidence in certain things, automatically they will also get success in other aspects. So that is, if I speak, time will be the because there is a huge area in which we worked for NBA, and many more experience which we got. And of course, but then we have seen one thing is, okay, using this all, initially the faculty feel it lot of time consuming in the initial period, because but then once it is established, it will not be that much time consuming. Automatically when you draw a paper, you will think that question 1 I will ask from which CEO, so that you will also give a weightage to CEO and draw question paper. So continuous improvement will help you in building all those areas, and once you do all those, you can improve your performance. Definitely, once you correlate 3 with this, student performance, institute performance, everything will be one. And once you are improving in this, automatically ranking and other kind of accreditations, you will always get a success. That is what we experiences. And biggest difficulty to hear is, don't say that this is I just want to tell one last thing is, we find out one difficulty here is that this is a subject which I have taken, it's okay, and I made strategy for next time. Now if next time some other faculty is taking, then it create a problem, because this is also teacher to teacher. Because why I'm telling us, every faculty has some different methodology to teach a particular topics. So suppose I say, okay, I teach like this, similar principle I cannot keep it. So when you do that, little bit changes you can make based on faculty, based on other thing. Okay, because if faculty change or some syllabus change, you can modify, but at least we get idea about which are the weaker area where we can improve. Okay, so this is all about from my side. Reflection means what I here again strongly want to tell you, we have to evaluate ourself, our institute, our system, and we have to try to make systematic, robust, so that we can achieve all those. And finally, it is a benefit to the institute, student, faculty, and to the society, everybody. Thank you all for patient listening, and I will complete my talk here, as still next talk is there, and I wish that sorry Anuradha if I taken 5-10 minutes more. Uh, so you have again next very eminent speaker who will talk you more towards this also. Thank you one and all.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much. We have some questions.
Yeah.
So, question is means what kind of national examinations we can take
Like NIPER examinations. National means, see, for BPharm,
if we
chali,
talk about UG
BPharm,
program,
yeah, UG state-wise we are differ, but in many other UG, see here in Gujarat we follow ACPC, everybody, when we follow ACPC, but outside institutions, many other institution outside BITS Pilani, they take their own examinations.
Okay.
So in our case, ACPC rank number comes, but in other case, you can take those examinations. And there are two kinds. One is some of the university combined together and taken national examination for certain like admissions, and another case institute or university take their own examinations, so that you can take. So either it may be you to see that whether it's a state or national. If you keep it up to your students, it is of course state, but if it is open for all the students, it is a national actually.
But if there is no national examinations, then what we can do? We have to put dash or
I
what?
think for MPharm GPET is national.
No, madam. More BPharm only.
For BPharm, if no, it is not there. You can take off 12th that they are giving this examination. 12th, what I say, good set. So that you can take it. Okay,
That is
that score
state we can take, madam.
that you can
State
take
no
it.
issue.
That you can take because you don't have examinations. So the good set marks, CBSE marks, the 12th marks, that all consideration you can make it. Otherwise, if national, because we do not have a possibility, at least for our case, to take those examinations actually.
Okay.
Because Gujarat is for Gujarat and JW is there, but it is for engineering actually.
Engineering only.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. So, in case of GTU, what is the other option for evaluation of university assessment? Means CO-wise assessment. They want to
University
ask.
assessment, I know, okay, you are not getting marks question wise. So one method which is shown in the first lecture only, that is here whatever the marks are coming. So you can make an upper and lower limit, and then you can make your target. Okay, what is your goal for this year? This year you want that for first year I make my goal that for this particular subject at least 60% of the student should get this many marks. Suppose out of 100, I want that in my subject as a course coordinator, I say that due to I have done this effort, out of 100 student, 60% student should at least get about 50 marks. This is my goal. This you can vary. What I said to you is, this is not necessary that every faculty also can keep it same, but it is also not to be a below particular level. So we have to make a particular level at our institute कि minimum ये तो होना चाहिए, फिर आप उसके above जाओ वो. So क्योंकि otherwise I say that 40% is also okay. So as an institute I have to make a level, then course wise I can vary, year wise I can vary. Okay, so you can go for semester end examination. So in your case, because you are not getting marks, semester end marks based on average, you can see past results, and then based on you can make your strategy. And when the result comes, you can evaluate. Okay, compared to last year, now maybe past number are same, but student getting marks above 70% are increased. Okay, or 3 are increased. We always try to achieve 2 and 3. 1 we don't want to achieve. That is always there. Okay, so that analysis we can make, and we can make our action plan accordingly. So that you can do it. In your case, even you can do the comparison also with institution to institution. That is also there in your case. Okay, total number of students, how many students, picture, institution wise and all. That can also be done actually.
Yes, thank you. So can we consider NEET exam for count? One more question.
Yeah, we can consider. We can for admission quality of the students, we can consider NEET.
Okay.
We can consider.
So thank you very much, madam, for your nice explanation. So I request Dr. Kaushik Kannada sir for deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam, once again, we are very thankful to you for sharing your expertise in this criteria 4 and 7 and clearing our doubts of all faculties who are attending this STTP regarding the continuous quality improvement for the students and especially as well as the faculties throughout the pharmacy institutes. So once again, we are very thankful, and so many doubts were cleared for the faculties regarding the 4 and 7. And this is very important because it directly or indirectly improves the quality of the students as well as the institute. So once again, thank you, ma'am, sparing your valuable time and expertise with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you also, and keep that this continuous improvement have not end. It will be go on, and all. I say that to all faculty member who are there, please always try to improve this particular at your institutes. Thank you all for patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejal.
Thank you, yeah. Sorry, madam, if I took some.
No, there's no nothing to be sorry about.
I forgot actually.
No.
Teacher stops at particular time only.
No.
Okay, madam.
Thank you, Tejal ma'am. Thank you, Kaushik sir. Now, third plenary session will be taken by Dr. Anuradha Gajjar ma'am. Now, I would like to request Dr. Maulik D. Vaja sir, Assistant Professor, Department of QA and Pharmaceutical Chemistry.
Just 1 minute.
Yes.
I stopped sharing so that, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
He has completed his MPharm and PhD from Naipur Mohali. Sir is having more than 5 years of experience of academic as well as industry. Sir, kindly introduce our today's expert of plenary session 3. Over to you, Maulik sir. Sir, you are muted.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to introduce madam. So, Dr. Anuradha K. Gajjar madam is currently working as a professor and head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry at LM College of Pharmacy. She passed out her PhD from Hemchandra University. She has 25 years of vast experience in academics from 1996 to till date. She started her career from KV Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Gandhinagar, as a senior lecturer and head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry. Then she has joined Nirma University in the Institute of Pharmacy as a professor and academic coordinator. She was principal and dean of Raman Bhai Patel College of Pharmacy from June 2013 to June 2018. Then she was joined LM College of Pharmacy in June 2018, and currently she is working as a professor at the institute. She has been awarded Most Interactive MPharm Thesis Award in Guide category from R.V. Patel Innovative Thesis Award instituted by Troika Pharmaceuticals and Department of Science and Technology in the year 2012-13. If we talk about publication, she have one granted patent, more than 39 research paper in peer-reviewed journals with around 1400 citation, H index 11 and I10 index 12. More than 80 conference proceedings is in her name. She has guided 11 PhD scholars and 4 are currently enrolled under her guidance. And master students, 46 master students have been graduated, and currently 3 master students have been enrolled in her guidance. Extensively involved in teaching at UG and PG levels since past 24 years. Moreover, she is also engaged with different administrative activities like coordinator of IQAC at LM College of Pharmacy, at Cheruset. She is also chairperson and chief coordinator of several administrative departments. Professional activities, if we look at professional activities, she rendered professional service as examiner at different university and college all over the India. She is domain expert for Gujarat Public Service Commission GPSC for selection committees. She is a peer team member of NAC, expert at AICT, project evaluator at AICT, and project evaluator at BST. She is honorary scientific advisor at Zyga Life Science Private Limited. She has delivered more than 35 technical and educational talks. With this introduction, I will like to invite Anuradha Madam to deliver her talk. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Maulek Waja. Indeed, honored to be a part of this gathering. Thank you, Dr. Ankit and team SIPS for inviting me for this virtual faculty development program on OBE. As we all know, OBE is now coming up, or rather it should have been coming up long back, but now with the regulations requiring that by 2022, all the institutions need to have the accreditation, people are becoming more and more aware about OBE. So without wasting much time, I'll start sharing my presentation with you all.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope my screen is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So today I'll be talking about the process of carrying NBA accreditation, or the benefits of NBA accreditation to the classroom. That is, I'll be covering 3 criteria, 3 small criteria: vision, mission, governance, and student support. So moving further, This would be the flow of my presentation. Now, let us first identify what is the focus of assessment and accreditation. We all know that any academic organization, it has some quality initiatives. Some organizations may have more quality initiatives, some may have less, but nonetheless, the educational organizations, they themselves stand for quality initiatives. These quality initiatives over a period of time, with the dynamics of the environment, with the competition, etc., they keep changing. But then we have to see that certain basic quality initiatives, they are sustained, and over a period of time, for actual growth of the organization, these also need to be enhanced. So we have, as a process, when we go for assessment and accreditation, we are always looking at quality initiatives, their sustenance, and further enhancement. And in any assessment and accreditation process, the focus is on values for which the organization stands for, and what are the good practices or the desirable practices of the organization, right? And it incorporates internal evaluation, that is the self-assessment or self-evaluation, and assessment by peers or our inspectors, etc. When we talk of self-evaluation, why is it necessary? Self-evaluation, it brings in a lot of objectivity. We open our eyes and we see where exactly do we stand in comparison to others, right? So this brings in a self-realization kind of thing. It brings in some kind of professionalism wherein we try to compare ourselves with others in an objective manner, in an unbiased manner. It also helps us identify what are our strengths, and hence we can play on our strengths later on. What are our weaknesses? So using our strengths, we can try to cover up, work on our weaknesses so that the weaknesses can ultimately be converted into strengths. And also where we are doing very badly or where we can improve further within a short span of time by putting in some little effort, So these things, the self-evaluation or the preparation of the SAR in case of MBA accreditation itself is a very big learning, a very big eye-opener. Now I'll directly come over to the vision, mission, and the PEOs, the first criterion in the in the MBA SAR, right? Here, when I say 50 to out of 1,000, that is this criterion, the criterion 1, it accounts for 50 marks out of the 1,000 criterion. But believe me, this sets the whole process flowing, because the intentions of an organization, right, are going to be very much evident based on this criterion alone, right? If we see this criterion, we have for the vision and mission statement, we have 5 marks or 10%. For the program educational objectives, we have again 10% weightage. The process of identifying the vision, mission, and the program educational objectives and linking them with the program educational objectives, that process carries a lot of weightage. So a lot needs to be given, a lot of importance needs to be given to the vision, mission framing process. And then coming to dissemination among stakeholders, how well we are disseminating or we are informing our stakeholders about our vision, mission, and the program educational objectives. That is another carrying another 20% weightage, and consistent of the PEOs with the vision and mission. That is again carrying a good amount of 30% weightage. Right now, this is very important since we see that an effective mission statement, it is going to describe what the organization stands for, what is the purpose of the existence of an organization. And if this vision and mission is very clear, then it is going to involve all the stakeholders, and they all are going to be involved. They are going to be taking up as their mission, their goal of life, and going to work towards it. The other important aspect is the program educational objectives. Program educational objectives, we see, are the cornerstone of outcome-based education. In the earlier system, when we see the students were passing, and that was what was the ultimate goal, which we were seeing only the pass percentage. But now in outcome-based education, things are really different. We want to see that once a student has graduated from a program, how well he is able to perform certain tasks, how well he has attained certain skills. So these become really important in the vision, mission, and program educational outcome objectives. Now, I will just take you through some of these, the top-down approach, which is ideally required or which would be recommended for any organization going for outcome-based education. We have the vision and mission at the top, followed by program educational objectives, followed by program outcomes, and then we have the course outcomes, right? So this is how the matrix is going to be. That the vision statement, it describes long-term objectives, or rather vision statement is what the organization stands for, why that organization is there in the society, and how it intends to contribute to the societal growth of a particular area. Whereas mission statement, it provides the roadmap of how we are going to achieve the vision. So basically, if we see, mission statements are nothing but the strategies or the goals by which we are going to achieve the ultimate vision of an organization. Program educational objectives, they are broad statements. They describe what would be the professional accomplishments which a person graduating from a particular organization would be able to achieve or display. As compared to program educational objectives, the program outcomes are going to be narrower statements. They are going to describe what a student would be knowing at the time of graduation, right? And this is more related to the subject knowledge, whereas here we are talking more of skill-based aspects. And then, of course, we have the course outcomes. In each program, as we know, is constituted by a number of course outcomes. So the courses, each course would have a number of outcomes, 3 to 5. And these are measurable parameters, actual measurable parameters of students' performance, which is taken at the end of each semester or at the end of each course. So moving further, when are these courses or these outcomes measured, right? The course outcomes and the program outcomes, they are short-term outcomes, right? Whereas the vision, mission, or the program educational objectives, they are long-term outcomes. That means we need to be tracing our students not for 1 or 2 years, but for a lifetime. So the OBE process has to be a lifelong journey between an organization, between the educational organization and the students, the major stakeholders of the organizations. However, we cannot completely bifurcate the short-term outcomes and the long-term outcomes. These short-term and long-term outcomes, they are interrelated, and they overlap also to some extent. Now, coming to when you would be assessing these, the course outcomes, they are definitely upon the course completion, whereas the program outcomes would be upon graduation, when a student graduates from a program, whereas the program educational objectives, they are evaluated, or their attainment is evaluated a few years after graduation, say 4 to 5 years after graduation, when our graduates have actually been in the field for a long time, how they are faring in the field, etc. So this is how the assessment takes place. Now, coming over to drafting the essential considerations, what considerations we need to take while drafting the vision mission statements. The vision and mission statements, they communicate about the institute's identity, and that is why utmost care needs to be taken in drafting, or while we are designing the vision and mission statements of the organization. A lot of thought process goes into designing or drafting these vision and mission statements. In fact, many a times I have come across during my experience that we have debated for the inclusion or exclusion of a particular word in the statement for hours together. So this is the level of commitment which is required when you are designing or drafting the vision and mission statements of an organization. Then the other thing is, if there are well-designed vision and mission statements, they should be involving all the stakeholders. The designing should involve all the stakeholders, and they should be fully understood to all the stakeholders. When this is done, what is going to happen is a sense of belongingness comes among all the stakeholders, and they join us in the journey of attainment of vision and mission. Although we say that the designing and formulation of the mission statement, it is the task of the top management, right? But certain care needs to be taken that while designing or while formulating the mission statement or the strategies which are going to be taken up, the management also has to take into consideration the stakeholder expectations. What are the expectations of the society? What are the expectations of the students? These are equally important when we are designing the roadmap. And a conscious assessment of the current positions and resources is required, because without knowing where you stand, you cannot chalk out the journey of where you want to be. So that is why a conscious understanding of the current position and keeping in mind the stakeholder expectations, you are going to chalk out the path where you are going to be in the future, right? And the main issues which we need to consider when we are designing the vision and mission statement is, what is that unique nature of the organization, right? Which is going to help to create a unique identity for the organization. Also, the dynamics of the dynamic aspects of the environment. We are living in a dynamic environment wherein the competition around us is changing, the rules and regulations are changing, there are various equilibria which are getting changed. So basically, how these dynamics of the environment are going to impact the organization, right? And the process by which an institute emerges, the role of the mission statement in the strategic planning process. All these things are going to be considered when we are drafting the vision and mission statements. The major considerations, as emphasized by Woodrow in 2006, wherein to maximize the impact of a mission statement, we have to consider these essential 5 points: the history of the organization, right? What respect and appreciation it has gained in the past, and hence what would be expected out of it in the future. So that is what is going to help us in designing the vision and mission statements. Then what is the educational philosophy of the organization? What was the philosophy under which the organization was initially set up, and how that philosophy has been taken up further during the years? For example, I represent an organization which was started off in 1947. LM College of Pharmacy is the first independent pharmacy organization to have been independent pharmacy college to have been started in the whole country. So what vision was set up in 1947? Maybe none of the policy makers at that time would now be there to teach us what is the educational philosophy. But we need to understand from its rich history, what is its past, and what would be expected from us in future. So based on that, we have to design our strategy. Then coming to the constituency, the stakeholders, they should get reflected in the mission statement, right? Whenever the mission stakeholders are greatly involved in the mission, vision and mission statement, right, there is a likelihood that more of them would be embracing it and would be contributing to see to it that there is achievement of these vision and mission statements. The institutional strength is, again, as I told you, the identity of the strengths of the organization. What are the activities which it conducts well, right? Which are the activities it has been doing well? Say, for example, my organization being one of the oldest, we have been contributing to almost all sectors of the pharma industry, whether it is academics, regulatory, industry, etc. Because some of the great industrialists, Raman Bhai Patel, Pankaj Bhai Patel, they all have been graduates of LM College of Pharmacy. So this is one of the strengths, that we can find out our alumni in the niche organizations in every field of pharma. So this becomes our strength. Uniqueness, what is it that differentiates an organization from the other institutions, right? So this uniqueness will help us build a strong image of ourselves, will bring out some distinctiveness for ourselves. Now, there are certain other things which we need to take care while designing the mission statements, the vision and mission statements, is that there has to be statement brevity. The statements of vision and mission have to be short, simple, and what the institute actually wants to communicate, right? We need not get into unnecessary jargons, or we need to use big jargons for making it impressive. We rather keep it simple, short, and brief, so that we are not getting lost in the words of what we actually want to communicate to us stakeholders. Then precise words, right? We need to be taking precise words. That is why I tell you many a times, when we are designing the vision and mission statements, each word needs to be debated upon for its inclusion or exclusion. So this is really important when we are designing the vision and mission statements. And statements that endure, right? For example, I told you my organization was started in 1947, almost 72 years now. Now, when we see the vision statement of the organization is still true, in spite of the 70 years of existence of the organization. During these 70 years, the statement would have been reviewed n number of times. Each time, whenever we think of going for any accreditation process, naturally the vision and mission statements are playing a big role in any accreditation statement, in any accreditation. So there again, in spite of n number of reviews, your statements, vision and mission statements should be able to stand the and should be able to endure these reviews and not get changed drastically. There are many organizations which I have seen just over a period of 5 to 10 years, or based on any accreditation which they are going to face, they try to change their vision and mission statements. That is not a good approach towards the vision and mission statements. And the breadth of communication, meaning we should be delivering in word and spirit our vision and mission statements to all the stakeholders. It is not that when the accreditation process is coming, we start making everyone revise. Come on, now what is the vision and mission? No, it needs to be imbibed in words, in actions, so that then our students would be able to really get the benefits of the accreditation processes. Now, whenever it has been a large, a survey was also held in some countries like UK, etc., to see how exactly the vision and mission statements they are considering the student learning. Now, it sadly says that about 90% of the surveyed organizations, I'm not talking of the survey being carried out in India. This survey, I have referred a paper, and that paper says that when about 300 to 500 educational organizations in UK were surveyed to see the correlation of, or the linking of the vision mission statement with the student learning, almost 90% of the organizations failed in this. And what are these learnings which we really need to take into consideration? These are strong analytics, communication, quantitative, and information skills. We know that a lot of information is available at the tip of our fingers, right? As students, they are able to get the information, but they are not able to get the knowledge out of it. So how well are our students able to transform the knowledge and the information into knowledge? Transformation of information into knowledge. This skill is really important. How they are going to use the information to their own good and use it further, right? Hands-on experience while exploring the natural, social, and cultural realms of the society. Now, this is really important. What we have taught them in the laboratories, how they are going to able to take it to the field, right? So these kind of learnings or learning goals, have we tried to incorporate into our vision and mission statements or into our program educational objectives, so that the two, the vision and mission statements on one hand and the program educational objectives on the other hand, they go hand in hand? Somewhere there is a correlation or a linking between the two. Similarly, others are intercultural knowledge and collaborative problem solving skills. Basically, as a lot of emphasis in corporate world is being given on teamwork. So where this collaborative problem solving skills is going to be reflected in the teamwork, right? Then responsibility, sense of responsibility, both at the civic, social, and personal levels. Integrative thinking and the ability to transfer knowledge to various settings. That is what I told, that taking the laboratory knowledge to a pilot plant or to some other industry, corporate setup, how well we are able to take up. And ethics and values are the most, I would say, neglected aspects when we are evaluating our students. So these things, they need to be really evaluated. Even in NBA, whenever we'll be going the indirect assessment, generally for ethics and values, you would have to go for indirect assessment, and that would be based on rubrics, a topic which would be covered by Dr. Manan Raval tomorrow, I think, the first session. So this is how I said about the how you would be going about designing or drafting your vision mission statements and correlating them with the program educational objectives. Unlike other speakers, I haven't gone completely by the NBA SAR format. I'm sorry for it. But I thought that to break the monotony of the process, or to improve the compliance or understanding, I thought of going by a different way. Coming to student support systems, the second aspect of my talk is how we can take student support system for the benefit of the students. By student support systems, we mean these are a cluster of facilities and activities which make the process of learning easier and more interesting for the learner. As we all know, outcome-based education is more of a learner-centric approach. So we need to focus on the learner. We need to focus on making the learning experience a very good one, a very happy one, right? So what are the facilities and activities which we can make so that the learning experience becomes a more interesting and a lifelong learning experience? I would say that the student support systems, they act as an interface between an organization and a learner, right? Because many a times the quality of the education being imparted by a higher education institute, it can be judged by the quality of the student support systems. There are organizations which are not having good student support systems, and these organizations, you will always find that such organizations, they are not able to maintain relations with their alumni. They are only being viewed as organizations which are distributing degrees. Under the student support systems, we would be seeing mentoring system plays a very important role, followed by feedback system, feedback analysis, a system being in place, that is a different story, and having an analysis of the feedback and corrective actions being taken, that is like closing the loop, right? Having the feedback system is one thing. Analysis of the feedback system is another thing, is taking it to a higher level. And after analysis, taking corrective actions, this becomes the highest. So that is where it is going to give you a closed loop system. So that in the subsequent years, when you take the feedback again, are you able to see an improvement in the feedback for a particular process or not? That is what we mean by feedback analysis and closing the loop. Then we come to feedback on facilities. What are the physical facilities or the infrastructural facilities which are available? Self-learning experiences of the students. This again plays an important role. Career guidance, training and placement. Then we have a big emphasis being given on entrepreneurship cell in the recent years with Make in India and local is global, etc. And then we have co-curricular and extracurricular activities. So these are the weightages which are given here, and how these play an important role. UNESCO has classified the student support systems into 5 major categories. These are the learning support services, the survival support services, the advisory services, recreational services, and general services. Let us go over to the learning support services. Admissions is the first aspect wherein a student comes in interaction with an organization. So how smooth is the admission process? And that itself is an indication of the quality of the organization. Once the admission is taken, how the student is admitted, right? How is a student getting oriented? How is the orientation program conducted? Then what are the student support devices like bridge courses, or some evaluatory systems which help us in deciding the level of the student, and thereby provide them some remedial or bridge courses. So that plays a very important role. Then how well the student conduct standards are communicated to the students. See, without the student conduct standards being communicated, how is a student to come to know about what are the expectations out of him or her? Then student registration and records, that each time a record is needed, we approach the students, or we have the records and we are making good use of those records. So these things are the learning support services which come under the student support systems. And now most of the organizations, they are taking up the entrepreneurship, ERP systems, etc. So with these, the record keepings has really improved over the past few years. The survival services, which include community service learnings. A lot of learning, self-learning takes place during the community services programs which are being organized by the organizations, by an educational institution. Then we also have the health and disability services. What are the services which are being provided to make a disabled or a differently abled student feel at home in the organization? Or at all times, is the differently abled student looking for help and support, or getting some kind of favor kind of a thing? Right? Is he getting it rightfully, or he needs to beg for, he or she needs to beg for it? Then financial aid and student employment, the placement and training which you get for the student employment or for higher studies. Then coming to advisory services, we talk of academic counseling, which is where a course coordinator advises him on his performance, his or her performance in the first internal exam. If his or her performance is poor, then the course coordinator can counsel him on remedial measures to take up for better, for improving one's score, etc. And psychosocial counselings, there could be peer pressures or some other social matters on which also a student could be provided counseling by an organization, so that his or her mental health is fair enough, is good enough to allow him to concentrate on the academics, the purpose for which he or she is in an educational organization. Coming to recreational services, there are various campus activities which the students look forward to. Only learning is not the ultimate goal. There are a number of student clubs or recreational clubs wherein the students can enroll themselves based on one's likings or one's hobbies, etc. So these are the recreational services which will be helpful, which involve the student beyond the classrooms. And then there are general services like the food services. We know healthy minds, they come from healthy food. So that is essential. What good food services are being offered to the students? Then when we have international students, what are the support services being provided to the international students? How well are the hostel facilities? uh, Good living conditions are going to be essential for a healthy mind and healthy body. Women development cell again is going to play a big supportive role in girl students. So that is how this is going to be a part. Even when we are talking of the government norms being followed and the different categorizations of criteria, admission criteria, the different categories of students, how are they being made feel at home, so that they are not being ostracized or categorized based on their admission categories. So this is about the student support systems. What these student support systems they provide. And they are indicative of practices, inclusive practices for all the classes of students, right? By all the classes, I mean all the different categories, abled, differently abled, coming from say an English medium or a vernacular medium students. By all these categories, I mean all different kinds of categories when I'm talking of social justice. And better student relationships. Better student relationships when a person feels cared for. Remember, a student, that person is always going to be having a lifelong attachment for the educational organization. And same is the case with for an employee also. So this goes for the employee also, the support systems. Then value-based education, which is going to inculcate social responsibility and good citizenship qualities in the students. And it is going, if we have good infrastructure to promote active participation of the students in various social, cultural, and leisure activities, that is going to ensure the holistic development of the students. At the same time, indirectly, knowingly or unknowingly, the students, they are going to develop a number of competencies which cannot be developed only by teaching in the classroom. So beyond the classroom teaching or beyond the classroom development of competencies is a big thing being seen in student support systems. Coming to the last criteria of my talk, and I hope I am in time. Yes. So I would be covering the as criteria of governance and financial stability. So this, as it indicates, has 100 points out of the 1,000. So 1/10 is the thing. In this, we are going to touch upon various aspects like governance and promotional policies, decentralization and grievance redressal, or I would say delegation of powers to the or the hierarchy of powers. Then delegation of financial powers. It is not the financial aspects are not in the hands of a single individual alone. Then comes transparency in all the processes of governance, adequacy of budget allocation, utilization of the allocated funds, audited statements, learning resources, the quality and quantity of the learning resources, and quality of the internet connections. And these two things, the learning resources and the internet, they are under NAC criteria, they are under the infrastructure. So they are well correlated here because it is seen in terms of allocation of budgets, etc. For these two aspects. Now, when we say governance, right, the most important thing is integrity of character, and this has to be displayed by the top person, meaning the top management. Effective functioning of any organization is not governed by the presence of a particular individual, but it is by good governance, we mean the organization would continue to run in the same process or in a better manner, even in the absence of a particular individual. So that is where the policies and the practices are going to come into picture. All right. Moving further, I would like to touch upon some good governance practices, because that is how the governance is going to fetch you marks. As the good governance practices, I would say, is setting up the values and participative decision making process. Now, if I am the one who is going to make all the decisions, then there is going to be no one who could be telling me that, see, you're going wrong over here. Whereas if I have a participative decision making, I am being exposed to different perspectives. When I am alone, the decision maker, what is going to happen is I am going to be guided by my premonitions, or my certain notions which I would be having, or certain prejudices which I would be holding. So in that way, I am more likely to take up wrong decisions. Whereas when I'm open to hearing to my HODs or to my faculty members while making any decision, I am looking at different perspectives. A person could be having a different perspective, a perspective which is different from mine. And so I am benefited in that manner, that when a collective or a participative decision making is done, it involves participation and more belongingness of the various of the immediate stakeholders, right? And it also develops an organizational culture wherein people take responsibility for the decisions taken, and thereby they work hard to see to it that the decisions made, they are actually realized. So it actually helps in enhancing the performance of the organization. There are many formal and informal arrangements which have to be there. It need not be always in a written manner, and that I get an idea about the performance of a policy, etc. Even in planning and implementing, many formal and informal arrangements can be there, which see to it that the governance by our regular performance, every day-to-day activity, we are somewhere working towards the achievement of the vision and mission of the organization. When we have well linked vision and mission with the program educational objectives, remember, if you work towards the achievement of the vision and mission, the program educational objectives, they are going to be achieved directly or indirectly. And lastly, when I say principles of participation and transparency, of course, these things are there. When you are making a person responsible for his or her decision, then naturally the person is going to function in a manner, in a transparent manner, that he or she is going to see to it that the process becomes a transparent one. There are no roadblocks or no hidden dealings being taking place. This would be my last slide when I was talking about the budget allocation, etc. Allocation of budget is one thing, but equally important is the utilization of the allocated funds, right? This are the two sides of a coin, I would say. Having been in the top management level also for the past few years, for an organization, many a times the educational institutes, they say that we don't have funds and hence we are not able to perform to a certain level. So if that is the thing, when a budget is allocated to you, how is it that you're utilizing? Are you having proper processes in place to see to it that the budget is being used at regular intervals, or is it being used in a planned manner? For example, if I a simple example I give you, you have a budget allocation of say 10 lakh rupees for the purchase of instruments. Now, this allocated budget was informed to you in the beginning of a new financial year, that is in the April. As soon as the budget was allocated to you, you were informed about it. But the budget has remained unutilized right up to January of the next calendar year. And then you wake up to the fact that, oh, I have 10 lakhs allocated to me and I need to now utilize. So then in the end, what happens is you buy one or two small instruments, and that is how the budget is utilized. But has it really served the purpose? Had you utilized the budget in a more rational manner, you could have explored what were the real requirements of the students in the lab. You could have gone in for the purchase of more number of smaller instruments which could have been useful to the students in the lab. So in this manner, that would have really helped the teaching learning process, the training of the students, and that would have led to a better attainment of the COs and ultimately to the PEOs. So this is how I link that budget allocation is one thing, but optimum utilization is another thing. The other aspect is mobilization of resources. We can never be asking only the management to be providing us the resources. We have to become capable enough to generate our own resources, right? Also, in whenever there are financial transactions, there has to be 100% transparency in the in each and every financial transaction, however small or however big it is. So we need to be careful when we are at a higher up level or in the decision making level, how well we are transparent to it. The income and expenditure statements, they need to be regularly audited by both an internal auditor as well as an external auditor. We as ourselves as teachers need to be open to audits by at any given time, at any moment of time. We as teachers need to be open for audits of our own teaching learning process also. Then only we would be able to be good role models for our students. And lastly, I would say that somewhere a good governance is an indication of adherence to the regulations, right? There are regulations are there not to limit your performance, but they are to facilitate good governance for any organization. And that is where I would stop my talk. I would say quality is not an accident, but you have to work for it. It is a continuous process. And now I'm open to questions. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, madam. Before moving on question answer session, there is one instruction for all the delegates. Dear delegates, the attendance link has been posted in the chat box. You can fill the link now onwards. Kindly give your attendance. The link will be activated for 15 minutes.
Yes, madam.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, for your very nice session. So we have some questions from delegates. One question is, madam, give example of mentoring system. Can you give any example of mentoring system?
Mentoring system, I would say we can classify it into two types. One is academic mentoring, as I told you, and psychosocial mentoring. Now, when we talk of academic mentoring, I mean that we can have course coordinators. Like say, for example, if I am taking medicinal chemistry subject, right, and I am the course coordinator for it, I would be at all times be conscious about the student participation, how well my students are participating in the discussions in the class, or how a student is performing in the various exams. Now, when we have a continuous internal evaluation mode, right, a conscious academic mentor would be keeping a track of each and every student, how his or her performance is going from one session to another, so that if there is a gap or a lacking in the performance of a student in the first or the second performance itself, then what I would do is I would try to prod into the reasons why a particular student is not able to perform as good as other students in the class, and then try to take up some remedial action for it. Maybe arrange additional classes for him, or one-to-one sessions during practicals, wherein he is the confidence building of in a particular subject takes place. Many a times we find students, when they start up with medicinal chemistry especially, the first medicinal chemistry session, they totally lack confidence because they are not confident or sure about their organic chemistry concepts. So at that time we need to bring them confidence back, maybe by some simple exercises, some additional coaching, wherein they are getting the confidence that no, they are clear with the basic concepts of organic chemistry, and hence they will be able to go back to their subject in a better manner. The other type of mentoring is psychosocial counseling, wherein students could be facing some peer pressures and how to deal with them, right? Like they would be having that some student in the class is the two very high achieving students are there, and one is trying to get higher marks by unfair means, or not exactly unfair means, but not unhealthy practices, like not sharing his or her notes with everyone, and such kind of pressures, or like groupism we see across. So how do we deal with such things? That becomes a very important aspect. Some students, they are facing some personal issues, so we as teachers need to become mentors for all these aspects. And many good organizations, they are also appointing psychological counselors on the campus, so that when teachers as mentors they cannot handle such issues, the students can be referred to the psychologist who is appointed on the campus, and we have seen tremendous improvement in the performance of a student by the resolution of his psychological problems taking place.
Yes, madam. So one more question is, what is role of IQAC in good governance of institution?
Well, IQAC plays a role in every aspect of an organization, whether it is any process or even wherever the human interface comes in. For example, when I am the IQAC coordinator, I always try to make it that one complaint which we see from the students is the experiences which they have while dealing with the administrative office in getting various certificates, etc. So this experience has to become a really uh, good experience, that the student should feel he is personally being catered to, not as he is one of those 500 students. That personal attention needs to be paid. So IQAC has a role in streamlining everything. Now, when an administrative staff would be happy to cater to a one-on-one person, when the processes are in place, so when we have a streamlined process in place, then the work experience for an employee is going to be happy. At the same time, the student is also going to have a good experience of going to the office. So IQAC has a role in every process, every aspect, which is even I would say, I could say that the way a sweeper greets a person, or how a sweeper is being treated in the organization, that also is the responsibility of IQAC. The whole quality build up of how an organization is getting built up, what conscious efforts it makes towards quality. That all is the responsibility of IQAC.
Madam, how governance help to attain POs? How good governance helps to attain POs, program objective?
Program objectives, directly we cannot say is the governance is going to play a role, right? But when we say governance, the governance is going to decide what are the policies for the students, what are the policies for the faculty members, what would be the role of feedbacks and other such. There are other n number of pressures, etc., which are being faced by the faculty members, right? Now under all these pressures, the working conditions, etc., how is a teacher able to perform as a teacher when a person is going to the classroom? For example, if I say there are organizations wherein the teacher is involved up to the last minute in administrative tasks and then just goes to the classroom and opens up the presentation and starts taking the lecture. How do you think that teacher would be justifying to the subject when he or she has been involved in some other task, a totally different task until the last moment? Give some time to the teacher to prepare for the lecture, right? Have let that teacher dwell upon the topic, upon how he or she is going to transact that topic. Then you see the outcome of the teaching process is going to be completely different, and that is going to lead to better attainment of the POs, COs, and then ultimately to the POs.
Yes, madam. So how can, for criteria 1 vision mission, how can we assure about well understanding of mission vision to our stakeholders?
And that is by a good involvement of all the stakeholders. It is not that you just tell them that, see, this is the vision and this is the mission. You need to involve them in attaining that, right? For example, when the students are there, if you say the mission of an organization is to cater to the society. Now when you are going to cater to the society, what are the different ways in which you can cater to the society? This is going to cause that is going to be possible only when we are going to have the students getting involved in various activities, right, which are going to be of social service. And these social service activities, when we get some kind of appreciation for that, the students, we can say that, see, now this is how you have contributed to in a small way also to attaining the vision or the mission of the organization. So that way you need to involve all the stakeholders. Similarly, teachers, when you say, the organization say that each teacher has to take up one social extension activity, it is not that way that you are taking up, you are dictating upon them. You say how, by taking up this activity, you are going to help, how the teacher is going to help in attaining the vision and mission, that you try to take it up in that manner, and the outcome is going to be really different. But rather than putting it as a compulsion, you make it as a way of attaining vision and mission, and you see the two results are going to be drastically different.
Yes, madam. So thank you very much for your very good session. So I request.
I say that having a humanitarian touch to every process is the most important. Just put yourself in the student's place at any given time, or to the faculty's position. Whenever we are talking of governance, place yourself in the faculty's position and try to say that if this statement is given, how would the other person feel? Have a humanitarian touch to it, and the feel changes completely.
Yes, madam. So if we see everything by the eye of a contributor, then we can do it. Yes, madam.
Yes, definitely.
Dr. Maulik, please.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, madam, for describing all these three criteria thoroughly. It is very nice informative session. In first part, this bridging between vision and mission using top-down approach and other things is very informative, followed by student support system. And you have discussed about UNESCO. It is quite interesting. And lastly, you have described governance and good governance practice. It is very important for all of the participants. Thank you so much, madam, for discussing all these criteria 1, 8, and 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Actually, we try to cover today in morning session. We have covered criteria number 2 and 3 with Tejal Gandhi, madam. Then 4 and 7 with Tejal Mehta, madam. And now you have covered a vast criteria from starting from 1, again 8 and 9.
8 and 9
criteria you have covered. So thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much, but I did not go by the conventional mode of the SAR tables and all, because these things, governance and vision mission, they are more of philosophical, more, it dwells upon the thought process of the management, top management and all, and hence I thought of taking it up in a different manner rather than going by the conventional tables and all. And I indeed am happy to be a part of this virtual conference. And once again, thank you all for the patient hearing to all the session participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuradha ma'am. Thank you, Ankit sir. Thank you, Maulik sir. Now, herewith we are ending with plenary sessions of day 2. Every moment in all the sessions was a precious thing and informative one, containing the essence of entire parts and entire process of NBA. I hope you all get integrated intelligence from that.